power and reach for victory. Battle 1. Fight! Challenge your limits. Let your desire for victory take you beyond. Battle 1. Fight! Take it!
How about this? Scarlet Flea! Scarlet Flea!
Battle 2. Fight!
Take it! Lead!
Battle 3. Fight!
How about this? Scarlet Flea!
Battle 4. Fight!
How about this? Scarlet Flea! You'll be erased. Curse your weakness.
I can do it.
Scarlet Flea! Lead!
You're mine.
Extermination complete. Proceeding to the next mission.
Joe Rogan Podcast. Check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Hello, Michael. What's
Joe.
happening? Good to see you again.
Thanks for having me back.
My pleasure.
Appreciate it.
So, first of all, what was it like to get a hold of the Twitter files? Like, what was that experience like? How did that go down?
Exciting as hell, man. I mean, seriously, there's been a lot of misinformation about that itself, but Barry Weiss contacted me. She lives in LA and she got in and she's like, how soon can you get over here? And I was like, let me finish this interview I'm on and I'm over. And yeah, it was incredible. I'd never met Elon before. I met him at the coffee station, just making himself a cup of coffee. He had no idea who I was. And yeah, we just got into it. It was I was sort of the least known of the big three journalists that were there. It was Barry Weiss and Matt Taibbi who was on. And they'd already started thinking about how to kind of what to go after. And Matt had done a story on the Hunter Biden laptop already. And then we were starting to look at January 6th because Trump gets deplatformed on January 8th. And so because I'm like the junior member of that threesome, so to speak, they gave me January 7th. So one of the first things we did was just to look at how they made the decision to pull Trump off the platform. And it turned out that the 7th was an important day because that was when they started to rationalize this decision to deplatform Trump, even though their own people inside had decided that he had not violated their terms of service. So they were sort of stuck making up a reason to deplatform him. And that was an important theme, was that they just kept changing the rules, basically to do what they wanted to do. And that was the same thing on the Hunter Biden laptop. The New York Post story that they censored also had not violated their terms of service. So, I mean, look, it was crazy. I mean, it was, there's people always ask questions about the files themselves, but, the experience was we would ask for these searches and we just get back huge amounts of data. It was lots of thousands and thousands of emails, thousands of internal messages on their Slack messaging system. And so, yeah, I mean, a lot of it was, some of it was very boring because you have to just read tons and tons of stuff. But, I think the big theme was we start by seeing a real, it's super progressive. It's like 99% of campaign contributions from Twitter staff are going to Democrats. The head of safety at Twitter, this guy named Yoel Roth, who, said there's actual Nazis in the White House when Trump came in. He was very progressive. But over time, we just kept finding like this weird, like FBI wants us to do this. There's these other government agencies. Oh, this all these people used to work at the FBI. The CIA shows up, Department of Homeland Security, and we're kind of like, what the hell is going on? And the story quickly shifted from us sort of, and I think what Elon thought, which was that it was just very progressive people being biased in their content moderation and their censoring, to there is a huge operation by U.S. government officials, U.S. government contractors, and all of these super sketchy NGOs getting money from who knows where, basically demanding that Twitter start censoring people. And at that moment, the story shifted for all of us. And that was, I think, where Taibbi became particularly important and sort of the lead, because he had had so much experience on sort of looking at how the U.S. government during the War on Terror had waged disinformation campaigns, propaganda campaigns, and it became clear to us, over time that the U.S. government had turned its propaganda and disinformation campaigns that it had been waging abroad, it turned them against the American people. And that was where you just sort of get chills up your spine and you were like, this something seriously sinister is going on.
Do we know when this began? Like, when did they infiltrate these organizations? Because I'm sure it's not just Twitter, right? I'm sure it's...
Oh, no, absolutely not. That's part of what was so terrifying, is that it was all of the social media companies, including Wikipedia, by the way, which we don't talk enough about, but also all of the mainstream news organizations are all being organized. So when does it start? It really, what you're looking at is the apparatus that was created by the War on Terror over the last 20 years, starting after 9/11. Then there was a battle against ISIS because ISIS was successfully recruiting on social media. So there was sort of a counter-ISIS recruiting campaign that occurred. Then you get the big event is Brexit 2016, Trump's election in 2016, and the establishment just freaks out. Absolutely freaks out. And there's a lot of different motivations here. So one of the motivations is just to blame Facebook, blame social media for Trump's victory. It was never true. I don't really think anybody really believed it. There's just, there was just, for a variety of reasons we can talk about, there was never any good evidence that whatever Russians did had much of any influence, any measurable influence on the outcome of the campaign. But they started to scapegoat the social media companies as a way to get control over them. And so then in 2017, they set up, well, two things happen, or many things happen. The Department of Homeland Security just declares election infrastructure to be part of their mission of protecting election infrastructure, and that meant protecting the media environment. Protect. Put that in quotes. You know,
Yeah.
It's creepy. It's patronizing. It's a power move.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Hello, Michael.
Hey,
What's
Joe.
happening? Good to see you again.
Thanks for having me back.
My pleasure.
Appreciate it.
So, first of all, what was it like to get a hold of the Twitter files? Like, what was that experience like? How did that go down?
Exciting as hell, man. I mean, seriously. There's been a lot of misinformation about that itself, but Barry Weiss contacted me. She lives in LA, and she got in, and she's like, "How soon can you get over here?" And I was like, "Let me finish this interview I'm on, and I'm over." And yeah, it was incredible. You know, I'd never met Elon before. You know, I met him at the coffee station, just making himself a cup of coffee. He had no idea who I was, and yeah, we just got into it. It was I was sort of the least known of the big three journalists that were there. It was Barry Weiss and Matt Taibbi who was on, and they'd already started thinking about how to kind of what to go after. And Matt had done a story on the Hunter Biden laptop already, and then we were starting to look at January 6th because Trump gets deplatformed on January 8th, and so because I'm like the junior member of that threesome, so to speak, they gave me January 7th. So one of the first things we did was just to look at how they made a decision to pull Trump off the platform. And it turned out that the 7th was an important day because that was when they started to rationalize this decision to deplatform Trump, even though their own people inside had decided that he had not violated their terms of service. So they were sort of stuck making up a reason to deplatform him. And that was an important theme, was that they just kept changing the rules basically to do what they wanted to do. And that was the same thing on the Hunter Biden laptop. The New York Post story that they censored also had not violated their terms of service. So, I mean, look, it was crazy. I mean, it was, there's people always ask questions about the files themselves, but, the experience was we would ask for these searches and we just get back huge amounts of data. It was lots of thousands and thousands of emails, thousands of internal messages on their Slack messaging system. And so, yeah, I mean, a lot of it was, some of it was very boring because you have to just read tons and tons of stuff. But, I think the big theme was we start by seeing a real, it's super progressive. It's like 99% of campaign contributions from Twitter staff are going to Democrats. The head of safety at Twitter is a guy named Yoel Roth, who, said there's actual Nazis in the White House when Trump came in. He was very progressive. But over time, we just kept finding like this weird, like FBI wants us to do this. There's these other government agencies. Oh, this all these people used to work at the FBI. The CIA shows up, Department of Homeland Security, and we're kind of like, what the hell is going on? And the story quickly shifted from us sort of, and I think what Elon thought, which was that it was just very progressive people being biased in their content moderation and their censoring, to there is a huge operation by U.S. government officials, U.S. government contractors, and all of these super sketchy NGOs getting money from who knows where, basically demanding that Twitter start censoring people. And at that moment, the story shifted for all of us. And that was, I think, where Taibbi became particularly important and sort of the lead because he had had so much experience on sort of looking at how the U.S. government during the War on Terror had waged disinformation campaigns, propaganda campaigns, and it became clear to us, over time that the U.S. government had turned its propaganda and disinformation campaigns that it had been waging abroad, it turned them against the American people, and that was where you just sort of get chills up your spine, and you were like, this something seriously sinister is going on.
Do we know when this began? Like, when did they infiltrate these organizations? Because I'm sure it's not just Twitter, right? I'm sure it's...
Oh, no, absolutely not. That's part of what was so terrifying is that it was all of the social media companies, including Wikipedia, by the way, which we don't talk enough about, but also all of the mainstream news organizations are all being organized. So when does it start? It really, what you're looking at is the apparatus that was created by the War on Terror over the last 20 years, starting after 9/11, Then there was a battle against ISIS because ISIS was successfully recruiting on social media. So there was sort of a counter-ISIS recruiting campaign that occurred. Then you get the big event is Brexit 2016, Trump's election in 2016, and the establishment just freaks out, absolutely freaks out. And there's a lot of different motivations here. So one of the motivations is just to blame Facebook, blame social media for Trump's victory. It was never true. I don't really think anybody really believed it. There's just, there was just, for a variety of reasons we can talk about, there was never any good evidence that whatever Russians did had much of any influence, any measurable influence on the outcome of the campaign. But they started to scapegoat the social media companies as a way to get control over them. And so then in 2017, they set up, well, two things happen, or many things happen. The Department of Homeland Security just declares election infrastructure to be part of their mission of protecting election infrastructure, and that meant protecting the media environment. Put it that in quotes. It's creepy. It's patronizing. It's a power move. So that's the first thing that happens. They create something called the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency within the Department of Homeland Security to supposedly protect the media environment from foreign influence. They create something called the Foreign Influence Task Force with the FBI to basically start policing domestic speech on these platforms. They start organizing all the social media companies to participate in these meetings. So you had Mark Zuckerberg, the CEO of Facebook, in here, and he says to you, there's this critical moment where you ask about the Hunter Biden laptop, and he goes, well, yeah, in the summer of 2020, all these FBI guys come to us saying there's going to be a hack and leak operation involving Hunter Biden, which is super suspicious because, as everybody now knows, the FBI had Hunter Biden's laptop in December 2019. What freaked me out, and so by the way, I was a victim of the Hunter Biden laptop disinformation. I thought that I voted for Biden. I thought that that laptop was Russian disinformation. I just bought the whole thing. And this is from somebody who,
you're a journalist.
I'm supposedly a journalist, right? I'm a so-called journalist. I bought it. I'm still a big liberal in so many ways, and everybody I knew was like, oh, and besides Trump, he's so, for all the reasons that progressives bought that the laptop was fake, I bought that it was fake. So then when you realize that it was real and that everything in that New York Post story on October 14th, 2020 was accurate, I started seeing stuff in the emails. The thing that really freaked me out was this thing that Aspen Institute, it's called a tabletop exercise, and it was actually a Zoom call to role play how to deal with a Russian hack and leak around Hunter Biden. This is like in June of 2020. So this is like months before months before Rudy Giuliani gets the laptop, but before Rudy Giuliani gives the laptop to New York Post. Why in the hell is Aspen Institute holding a tabletop exercise to pre-bunk? Basically, they are training or brainwashing all these journalists. And I mean, it's CNN, New York Times, Washington Post, Wikimedia Foundation, the Wikipedia folks, the networks, all of the social media companies, all coming together to be like, okay, well, if something is leaked, then we should not cover it in the way that journalists have traditionally covered it. Meanwhile, Stanford University, a few months earlier, had put out a report saying reporters should no longer follow the Pentagon Papers principle. Well, the Pentagon Papers, of course, is this famous episode. It was Steven Spielberg made a whole movie about it, where the Washington Post and New York Times published these internal Pentagon documents showing that the U.S. government was losing the war in Vietnam, right? This is Daniel Ellsberg, and he just releases it. He steals these documents. He breaks the law, steals these documents, gives them to the newspapers. The newspapers publish them. It's this kind of incredible moment in American journalism where we are like, the First Amendment gives these newspapers the right to publish hacked, so-called hacked, but leaked information. And here you have Stanford University, Aspen Institute saying, oh, no. That's all. We should stop doing that. Journalists should no longer write about leaked information in that way. Instead, we should focus on the person who leaked it. So it really sent chills up my spine. It was the creepiest thing I'd ever seen. And this is, of course, you got to remember, Aspen Institute is funded by the U.S. government.
Yeah.
Stanford's funded by the U.S. government. So this is, people go, oh, well, one of the responses we've got is they go, "Oh, you're just talking about content moderation by private companies." No, we're talking about U.S. government-funded organizations. You can't. If the U.S. government is censoring information, that's obviously a violation of the First Amendment. But if the U.S. government is funding somebody else to censor information, that's also a violation of the First Amendment. You can't indirectly. It's still a violation if you're funding somebody to demand censorship. So that was quite a steeplechase. But there's a lot here. I mean, it's a lot of people, a lot of institutions, a lot to unpack, and that was part of the reason I wanted to reach out and be like, I need a Joe Rogan session to just kind of go through it all.
Yeah, well, I'm very happy to provide that. Here's the question. Obviously the laptop would harm the Hunter Biden laptop would harm Joe Biden, obviously, and if that story got out, who knows how many people would have voted the other way. Is this a direct result of the things that Trump said when he was in office that went against the intelligence community? Like, how did they decide? I would always assume that the so-called deep state is essentially bipartisan, that they wouldn't necessarily side with the Democrats or the Republicans. They're really, they're just in charge of, they're supposed to be gathering information to protect the country. So how did they decide specifically to either stop information or propagate misinformation that would aid Joe Biden?
Yeah. Yes, that is exactly the right question. So, I mean, I think the thing you have to understand is that Trump was viewed by the deep state, by CIA, FBI, Pentagon,
NSA,
and all of the elites. And you're right, it's bipartisan in the sense that it's both never Trump Republicans and Democrats. What freaked them out the most about Trump is that he was threatening to pull the U.S. out of NATO. I just think that was bluster. Like, that's insane. Like, and by the way, I should say, I support what we call the Western Alliance. I support providing military security for our allies in Asia and in Europe. I'm not there's parts of economic nationalism that I respect, but I don't think we should pull out of NATO. I think NATO has provided peace in the world and mostly been a good thing. It's obviously had some crazy abuses like Iraq. This whole experience has made me rethink my support for Ukraine, but I think it's important to understand that Trump terrified the deep state and the national security establishment. So did Brexit. There's a sense in which you had a guy on here named Peter Zion who wrote this book called, this really apocalyptic book about how the world is going to fall apart. And his whole argument, which I don't agree with, I think he's brilliant, but I think the argument's wrong. His whole argument is based on the idea that the United States is going to stop providing military security to our allies in Asia and Europe. It's all just based on this assumption that Trump is the beginning of the U.S. withdrawing from its traditional role since World War II. There's a bunch of people who obviously their ideology, their livelihoods, their identity, just their whole way of life is tied up with the United States providing this protection for Europe and Asia, and they viewed Trump as threatening that. I also think they just really hated the guy. They looked down on him. He was crude and all the things that people don't like about him.
And he spoke disparagingly about the intelligence community.
Yeah. I mean,
which is crazy.
Absolutely. He was against the war in Iraq. He was different. He was a nationalist Republican. And what's so interesting is that, if you read people like, people on the left, like Noam Chomsky and others who have been critics of U.S. or Glenn Greenwald, who are critics of, and I think Matt Taibbi, critics of U.S. government, military invasions around the world since World War II. I mean, we've overthrown many governments, right? Iran, Chile, Guatemala, and what the pattern is that these are places where nationalists, sometimes socialists, but often just nationalists who were trying to control their economies and they didn't want foreign interference, were coming to power. And the U.S. government would see that as a threat to providing, to having this liberal global order, as it's called. And so they saw Trump as an existential threat to this post-war liberal order, and they needed to, they viewed social media as the means to his power, which I think was exaggerated. So on the one hand, they saw a threat. I think they also saw an opportunity. The war on terror, we won. I mean, huge victory. I mean, it's shocking how successful it was in some ways. So you have a bunch of people that suddenly need something to do. So there's a lot of motivations there. And then you also have the guys that lost the Hillary campaign. John Podesta, he was her chair of her campaign. He runs the most powerful, progressive, frankly, propaganda organization in the world, or at least in the United States, the Center for American Progress. They were looking also for some reason, someone to blame for their own failures, you know, for the dislikability of Hillary. And so there was just a lot of motivations to try to get control over social media platforms. They felt like they had lost control of them.
And what was the attitude of these social media platforms when they were exchanging emails back and forth with these intelligence agencies? Was there any understanding of the implications of allowing this web of influence to infiltrate and control narratives, and how kind of creepy and dangerous that is? Did they understand how other people would perceive that? Because I would assume this is all, the emails were exchanged and there was Slack messages and all this stuff is recorded, right? So there's a record of it.
Yeah.
Did they have an understanding of how other people would view this?
Yeah, I mean, just to back up even further, so there's two interesting dynamics going on. You know, the first is that the internet itself is created by the U.S. Department of Defense, and Google is a spinoff of Defense Department projects. You know, so on the one hand, the internet is a function of the U.S. military. I mean, it's a spinoff of the U.S. military. It's a great one. We're glad to have it. But I think the U.S. military and the deep state and whatever, they felt like they had control over the internet until Trump, basically, or really maybe until ISIS around 2014, 2015. That's the first dynamic. The second dynamic is culturally, Silicon Valley is libertarian, right? Mm-hmm. So you have the Electronic Frontier Foundation. You have a libertarian ethos. Jack Dorsey, the founder of Twitter, is very much a manifestation of that libertarian ethos. Mark Zuckerberg less. But even Mark Zuckerberg, after the 2016 elections, when everyone's accusing him of throwing the election to Trump, he's like, this is ridiculous. He's like, our own data doesn't support. There just wasn't enough. The Russians clearly did not have this influence. They just beat the crap out of him so much and threatened to take away their ability to operate, which is known as Section 230, which is this huge liability protection in the law that passed in 1996, which allows Google, Facebook, Twitter to exist.
Can I stop you there?
Yeah.
When you say they threatened to take it, like, in what way?
Directly.
Directly.
Including Biden himself. I mean, but basically Democratic politicians, they would just say, you know, we're going to remove your Section 230 status. That's just like saying we're going to destroy your company. I mean, it's not.
And they were saying this because their assertion was that Russian disinformation and propaganda led to Donald Trump being elected.
Yes.
Being elected. And there was no evidence of this.
No, I mean, there was some evidence of it, but nothing.
Well, there was certainly evidence of, like, these troll farms.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
We know they exist.
Yes. Yeah, but it's trivial.
Yeah.
I mean, they would exaggerate. They would say things like, you know, 146 million Americans had Russian propaganda in their news feeds. That's not the same as saying 146 million people saw the ads.
Right.
Because it's like your feed is, remember, that was social.
Of course.
Facebook has changed. So yeah, I mean, there's three big disinformation campaigns that were run by, frankly, the U.S. government and their allies. The first was the Russia hoax, the idea that Russians controlled Donald Trump and won him the election. The second was the Hunter Biden laptop, and the third is that COVID that the idea that it's a conspiracy theory to even imagine that COVID could have emerged from a lab. There's others, including, you know, we can talk about, there was this effort to basically smear a bunch of ordinary conservative or Trump supporting Twitter users as Russian bots.
Yeah.
But basically, you have active disinformation campaigns being run by the U.S. government and U.S. government contractors against the American people on these issues at the same time that they're demanding censorship. So you have propaganda on the one hand and censorship on the other.
Well, here's what appears to be dangerous to me. There doesn't seem to be any repercussions for doing these things. this is scary because it's shifting a narrative. So, in step one, the Hunter Biden laptop, or example one rather, the Hunter Biden laptop, no one's in trouble, right? No one's in trouble. No one from the FBI is in trouble. No one loses their job. No one gets reprimanded. No one gets, brought before the American people and said, you failed us. Not only did you fail us, you betrayed us because you knew this was not true. And you allowed someone whose son has deep ties to both Ukrainian and Chinese companies that were paying him for influence. And it appears, at least by some of these emails, that some of that money went to the actual vice president of the United States, which is fucking wild.
Yes.
That no one is and then the crazy thing is, one of the things about having a right and a left is that whenever there's information that's inconveniently bad for that one side, particularly the left, you don't hear a fucking peep about it on the media.
Right.
It's dismissed. It's like, they'll talk about it like someone said someone talked about the Hunter Biden laptop and said it was like half fake. That was like a term. AOC half fake. That's right. That is such a horrible violation of the trust that the people who elected you put in you. You have access to all the information. You have access to that actual fucking laptop.
Oh, yeah.
By the way, I have access to it, too.
Yeah.
A lot of people have access to it. If you wanted to. I said I didn't want to look at it. I was like, I don't want to look at that fucking thing. I don't want to see this guy getting foot jobs from hookers in Vietnam, smoking street crack. It's crazy. Whatever he did. But the fact that someone would say that's half fake.
Yeah.
No,
that itself is disinformation. It's important. That is a lie.
It's
and
a lie.
It's disinformation.
But you're just saying it because if you can say it's half fake, you muddy the water, and now anybody that's looking at that could go, oh yeah, but that's half fake.
Yeah.
According to my side.
Right.
This is like the same people. There's still people that say that Trump was in bed with the Russians, which is how he won in 2016. There's people that still parrot that.
Oh yeah.
But
Very close friends and family.
Oh yeah.
Say that. I mean,
mine as well.
I know. Also, I was happy to do your show because literally, like, even my very close friends and family don't understand what I'm talking about, and I'm like, I want to go on Joe Rogan and just unpack this for them, to how serious this is. I mean, you have to remember the New York. I mean, and I'll put it on myself. I was so biased. The New York Post published the subpoena, which is a kind of receipt from the FBI, showing they had taken Hunter Biden's laptop from this computer repair store owner in Delaware. It was published in the New York Post. They also published the receipt that has Hunter Biden's signature on it, saying that he had not only had left the laptop there, but also that it gave the computer store, the computer repair owner, the rights to it if he abandoned it. Hunter Biden never said it wasn't his. He never denied that it was his laptop.
Well, and subsequently, at least recently, he sued that guy for releasing the information, which the dumbest thing he could have ever done is now all this half-fake shit gets thrown out the window. Now he's saying it's his.
Right. Well, they're always look there. I mean, I think the other thing I want to also emphasize here, because I think that when you uncover the level of coordination and the sophistication of the disinformation and censorship campaign, it's easy to also sort of say they're perfect, but they're not. They're always making stuff up as they're going along.
Right.
But I think the other interesting, thing that's important to know here about that laptop story is that within Twitter, they look at that New York Post article. Yoel Roth, the head of safety, and his team, they look at it and they go, yeah, I mean, it's legit. It doesn't violate our internal, it doesn't violate our terms of service. And at that moment, I mean, it has a Manchurian candidate quality to it, where the former chief legal counsel to FBI, a guy named Jim Baker, who was central to beginning the Russiagate probe of Trump, he's now at Twitter as deputy general counsel. This is we're discovering. This is part of what I was discovering in the Twitter files. Is just vociferously attacking this thing. It's like, this looks like misinformation, disinformation. We shouldn't trust it. It looks like it violates Twitter's policies. He just, I mean, like multiple. I think it was at least 4 messages and emails of him pushing to the executives. And then, of course, we can't see the phone calls, which is really where a lot of the dirty work happens. Pushing to just get this thing censored by Twitter. Sure enough, a few hours later, Yoel Roth says, well, okay, we think that it could very well have been a Russian hack where somehow they put it was this crazy thing where they're like, well, we think it was hacked and then put on the laptop. It was just bizarre. Yoel Roth, there's moments where I respect him because he was enough of a truth teller internally. It's why he got to the position he was in, which is a very powerful position. To be like, hey, this is bullshit, internally, he would say, but he was also a company man. So when powerful superiors in the organization, including former FBI people, and Jim Baker wasn't the only one, when he gets worked, he just bends. And he just was like, okay, yeah, I think we've decided that it violates our hacked materials policy, and we're going to censor it. The other thing I want to point out about this, it's not just that they censored the article, because people always go, well, it only lasted for a few days or whatever. It was the discrediting of it. The censorship is a disinformation strategy. If you censor that article, in other words, Twitter and Facebook, all the headlines where Twitter and Facebook are, they're going to restrict the dissemination of this material, or they think it's, all that publicity is really what mattered. So in terms of in my defense and other people that bought the idea that it was somehow a fake, we were being told by the media that everybody had looked at this and was kind of like, look, it looks like it's hacked, and there's something funny about it. So I think that, I think there's so many shocking things about it, but I think it's the level of coordination and conformity within these social media companies. It was the pre-bunking in advance, and it was the complete, total, just the complete news media blackout and unanimity that there was, and it was just all of them. I mean, it was like all the networks, all the newspapers, they all just repeated this idea that there was something wrong about the laptop, and there wasn't.
It's so creepy. And it's so creepy that there's no repercussions.
Yeah.
It's essentially lying and using taxpayer dollars to promote propaganda that they know to be untrue.
But there is a chance. I mean, so we do. The attorneys general of Louisiana and Missouri are moving forward in the courts in suing the Biden administration for violating the First Amendment. This is, of course, this Hunter Biden laptop thing is one of many things. I mean, the other craziest thing of all, maybe some of the most craziest stuff of all, is that Facebook censored accurate COVID vaccine side effect information because it didn't want to promote vaccine hesitancy. In other words, the White House is just pressuring them. I mean, this guy Andy Slav in particular is just this malign actor, just pressuring, threatening them. They're nasty in these emails. The White House, nasty.
In what way?
Oh, just being, just basically, it's a I mean, Biden does it publicly. So they're killing people. Yeah. They're basically accusing people of. I mean, these guys, the gloves are off. I mean, they're just like, you're killing people by letting this information out. I mean, the information is people telling their own story of vaccine side effects. We always point out, it was one of the great public interest progressive victories in recent memory that the drug companies have to name the side effects of their drugs in their TV ads.
Yeah.
That's a big part of it, right? It's like a running joke. You have to name the side effects in the TV ads. Well, here were ordinary people trying to tell stories of the side effects that they had from the vaccine on Facebook and Twitter, and the White House is demanding that Facebook and Twitter censor that stuff. This is just the worst. I mean, that's just Soviet Chinese style censorship, full on. I mean, so it's not over, and I think that. We've already seen there's other things going on, like that agency I mentioned, that part of the Department of Homeland Security, the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency. They changed their website over the last few months to remove references to domestic counter disinformation efforts, to emphasize countering foreign disinformation. They you know, we talk a lot about this. There's one of the big leaders of the censorship industrial complex is this person named Renee DiResta at Stanford Internet Observatory who you had on.
Let's talk about that because I had her on, and what she essentially was talking about was all these Russian troll farms and how interesting it is that they created all these funny memes and they used all these resources to try to shift the narrative and change public opinion on certain things, and that it was very effective.
Yeah. Well, so let's start with Renee.
Yeah.
So first of all, Renee is somebody who I came across because she's actually kind of moderate on a bunch of stuff that I'm moderate on, like dealing with homelessness, on COVID. She's actually like a moderate voice. She's not super woke or anything, and she's critical of, like, she moved out of San Francisco because it's just too crazy. She and I had this conversation, like we were talking about this even before I started talking to her, right when I started looking at the Twitter files, and we did this long interview. I was on Sam Harris's podcast with her, but then she starts showing up in the Twitter files in all these weird ways, and we start looking into her. It's a very, so she's also, the reason she's so important is like when you read when you follow the meetings or watch the YouTube videos or whatever, she's like one of the smartest people. Like there's something going on with her. She's like a real leader. She's always sort of the number two. The other thing about these people is that they move around a lot. They move in between organizations, and she's always sort of the number two, but she always seems a bit smarter than the person that she's reporting to. But so she's somebody that she gets a computer science degree from State University of New York at Stony Brook. That happens to be a major recruiting place for the NSA. She then goes and she gets a job at Jane's Trading, which is like one of the great, it's like up there with Goldman or maybe better. It's where SBF from FTX was at. She was there. Then she had a couple of companies that did like logistics and cyber, very high-powered, successful executive. And then, according to her story and the public story, she gets obsessed with anti-vaxxers. She's got young kids. She's obsessed with anti-vaxxers, spreading anti-vax misinformation. This is long before COVID. I think it's around 2014, 2015. Next thing she's like advising President Obama on counter ISIS disinformation strategy in the White House and advising on the expansion of something called the Global Education Center, which is part of the State Department to counter disinfo. So suddenly she's like the senior person. It's very suspicious, very rapid rise. If you know anything about those communities, they're very hierarchical and like you have to work your way up over many years. She's instantly like at the top. In 2017, she is at a consulting firm called New Knowledge that is then caught doing disinformation against an Alabama Trumpian Republican candidate named Roy Moore. They are caught doing fake Facebook pages, accusing Roy Moore of wanting to basically restrict alcohol consumption in Alabama, which is a deeply unpopular position that was false, and also creating the perception of Russian bots supporting Roy Moore. Her firm runs that campaign. Afterwards, she sort of tries to distance herself from it, suggests that she wasn't involved, even though when you read the Washington Post and New York Times articles about her, about the scandal, it makes it clear that she was actually the person that brought the funding in to run the program and also kind of conceived much of the strategy. After that, she becomes the top researcher to the Senate Intelligence Report of 2018 on Russian disinformation in the 2016 election. So she's not only is she not punished for her role in it, she's rewarded by the Democrats with this incredibly powerful position. So she becomes like the lead witness, the lead author for Senate Democrats, Adam Schiff, in promoting the whole, narrative that somehow Russians swung the election to Trump.
And there's no repercussions for promoting this false information.
No, I mean, she's rewarded for it.
And no one talks about it? It's never...
Well, I mean, we're starting to, right? But, I mean, I'll point out a couple other things.
But before the Twitter files, I'm sorry to interrupt, but you didn't even know, right?
Oh.
So most people don't know.
No. There's one guy we discovered, Matt Taibbi discovers him, and I only like a week or two before my testimony in Congress, which was a few weeks ago, not the one I did yesterday. We discovered this guy who was the head of cyber at the State Department, a senior guy named Mike Benz, and he is like super deep into this stuff. He's amazing. I highly recommend him coming on. But he runs something. He basically leaves State Department and starts something called the Foundation for Freedom Online, and he has been documenting this more than anybody. So he had it, but he's not. He's just really in the weeds. Like, it's really detailed. You have to really. It was hard to understand. You have to really go through it and unpack it. I used a bunch of it in my testimony. I talked to him. I interviewed him a lot. But I mean, basically a media blackout on all of this stuff. Renee DiResta, who then moves from New Knowledge to Stanford Internet Observatory, that organization and 3 other organizations, Atlantic Council, Graphica, and University of Washington has a think tank on this. They get government funding, and they run something called the Election Integrity Project in 2020 to basically demand censorship.
By the way, if I just read the Election Integrity Committee, I get super suspicious.
Oh yeah,
just the name of that.
I mean, Joe, it's they basically would flag hundreds of millions of tweets. I believe that their database they had over 1 billion social media posts, Facebook, Twitter, that they flagged, and tens of millions of them were censored.
Are they running? That's insane.
By the social media companies.
Are they running some sort of a program that allows them to find those tweets?
Yeah. You see it a lot. They do these maps. They have these maps where they locate the super spreaders. So like you and me would be super spreaders. Jordan, they attack me in this disinformation, these censors.
Really?
They have reports. They put like me, Jordan Peterson, Bjorn Lomborg, you, Ty. I mean, they put us in there. So anybody that has a big social media following, call us super spreaders. And then they try to get us censored, and they did for me. They got Facebook to censor me.
How so?
Well, when my book on the environment came out, Apocalypse Never, in 2020, I wrote an article that sort of summarized the book, as one does. It went super viral. Then one of these shady organizations attacked it, not for anything being wrong with it, but for it being misleading. They call it. It's the same way that they attacked the vaccine side effect stuff. They go, well, it's accurate, it's true, but it leads people to draw the wrong conclusions.
Right.
The wrong conclusion being that climate change is real but not the end of the world, or vaccines. The wrong conclusion would be maybe don't get the vaccine, or maybe if you're whatever under 18, or you're young man or 18, or if you've had whatever. I mean, whatever it might be, you don't need to be triple vaxxed. So they're basically using an opinion, which is, you should get the vaccine, or you should think of climate change as apocalyptic, as a way to, and then they kind of go through the back door and say anything that's being used to propagate that narrative should be counted as misinformation.
Jesus.
But just to back up, so this little cluster, this censorship industrial complex, does this quote unquote election integrity project in 2020. They censor tens of millions of social media posts.
And by censor, do you mean they remove them?
So by censor, where I'm going to use the definition that everybody uses, which is you can remove, you can reduce, or they call it inform. You can put a flag on it. That's what they do. Everything I do for Facebook now, almost everything I do, has a warning on it. Here's how to get accurate information about climate change. Go to the Facebook Climate Change Center. Even my stuff on homelessness and drugs, they'll be like, here's how to get accurate information on climate. That's how you know that I'm on some list. I'm on some blacklist at Facebook. So that's those 3 things. Those are all forms of censorship. These groups, which are U.S. government-funded organizations, this is very important to stress. This is not some private actors. U.S. government-funded organizations pressuring the social media companies to censor these posts and these people. And they do it in 2020, and then Renee, who does this little video, it's like one of the creepiest videos that we've discovered. There's little videos that they do. She's sort of describing, and then we realized that we needed to keep going on COVID. And so then in 2021, the Election Integrity Project turns into something called the Virality Project. And that's where they then go and wage censorship on COVID information that they don't like. I refuse to use their language. And again, it's tens of millions of people, and so you see it at all levels. It's these guys doing it. the censorship industrial complex is the right, I think, description of what we're talking about. It's a phrase that, of course, came from Dwight Eisenhower's famous farewell address that he gives. He goes, look, you got to worry. The DOD is funding all these private military contractors. These private military contractors have a financial interest in war. Yeah. This is Eisenhower, the guy that won World War II. I mean, it's like Mr. Credible on this issue. And he was like,
speech.
This amazing, beautiful. I mean, it's really the best of what a president can be. And he warns against this. It's this complex. It's this kind of clustering of government agencies and government-funded groups. So, I mean, it's in the case of the censorship industrial complex, it's the Department of Defense, it's the State Department, it's FBI, it's CIA, it's Department of Homeland Security, funding these so-called think tanks, and sometimes they're at universities or sometimes they're standalones. Some of them are in Britain, by the way. There's a very special relationship with the U.S. and Britain. Often the U.S. the UK think tanks right now are attacking me, trying to discredit me. So sometimes they'll go that way. They'll try to
attacking you. How so?
Well, they just put out a report. These guys are the worst. They put out this long report describing climate disinformation. And I was like, as soon as I opened it up, I was like, fuck, I bet I'm in this. And I just do Command F, and I just Schellenberger, and sure enough, it's whatever, multiple results. I'm like, crap, And so they often these are reports that they don't get a lot of fanfare or whatever, but they make sure that they get emailed to a bunch of journalists. They talk to the journalists, and they basically just emphasize, never talk to this person, never quote this person, do not platform them. We then, by the way, after our testimony, that same Stanford cluster, it's actually more than one group at Stanford even, they emailed, I'm not going to say who because I don't want to give away my sources, but they've basically emailed many people about Matt and my testimony, trying to attack our testimony and sharing information. So they're just the creepiest. They creep around. They're constantly waging disinformation campaigns against disfavored voices and demanding censorship while also spreading their own misinformation.
God, it's so creepy that the people doing this don't understand how deeply un-American this is.
Yes.
And that they feel like it's okay to do because the side that they're on is the right side.
You got it. Got it. It's un-American. I mean,
it's so un-American.
I mean, Joe, it's funny because so I graduated from high school in 1989. I remember distinctly that was the year that the Supreme Court upheld your right to burn a flag. And I remember just being like, God damn, that's why I'm a Democrat. That's why I'm a liberal. I think you should be able to burn a flag because I think the First Amendment's literally from that moment on, I have never worried about the First Amendment in the United States. For me, it was always kind of basic.
Yeah.
Come on, guys. It's the First Amendment. How could it possibly be under threat? This was one of the few times where, because I don't spook super easily, but reading this stuff, you're just this is scary.
It's so
these people are scary. And you may know, by the way, when Matt Taibbi and I were testifying before Congress a few weeks ago, the IRS agent shows up at Matt Taibbi's house in person.
Yeah.
This is insane. The Wall Street Journal just wrote a piece about it a few days ago. I was I'm like, look, hey, maybe it's a coincidence, whatever. I was just asking around people I know, and people were like, no way is that a coincidence. So this is brazen. These guys are trying to send a message. They're trying to intimidate. They want to ruin for me, it's been years of just trying to survive, of just trying to deplatform, discredit, keep you out of newspapers, out of TV shows, out of whatever, podcasts. And so yeah, these guys they're ruthless. It's definitely a hall monitor mentality, and it's elitist. I mean, it's Renee is a snob. I agree with her on some things. I'm sure she's a fine person in her personal life. She's probably a good mother. I mean, I don't have any, I'm trying to
be nice.
I'm trying to be Christian about this. But I mean, they're snobs. They literally, I remember at one point I briefly asked her about climate change, and we talked about the climate stuff, and I could tell that she felt like she was actually probably an expert on that too. It's literally I wrote my book. I spent 20 years of research going into my book. Fine, maybe I'm wrong, but I mean, You have journalists out there, Joe, at like all these big publications. They're like 23 years old, and they're like, I'm a disinformation expert. I mean, can you imagine being like, I'm a truth expert, Joe? I'm a truth expert.
That's really what it is, a truth expert.
You're a malign actor and a vector of disinformation, whereas I'm a truth expert. So there's definitely that whole, that Jordan Peterson stuff talks about, where it's just like, I'm just pure and good.
And it's reinforced within the group, right? This is a very tribal thing.
Super tribal.
You have these ideologies that these people subscribe to.
Yeah.
But it's so disturbing as a person, who grew up liberal to see this from the left, this hardcore censorship from the left, and this support of government disinformation that's purely aligned with monetary reasons. It's just about money. I mean, that's the only reason why they would be doing this.
Money and power.
Money and power.
Money and power and ideology. And, like I said, it's like, it's not even, I think mostly, like I said, I think the Western Alliance and NATO have brought peace, since World War II, and I don't think we should be pulling out. And, honestly, the extent that I've rethought my position on Ukraine is just because of these nefarious actors. Like, what are they really doing here? So, yeah, for sure, it's it is what kind of we all have known it is. It's the U.S. is part of this empire, and we're trying to make the world safe for Western capitalism and Western corporations, and that's actually lifted a bunch of people out of poverty. It's not totally negative, but obviously you also get the Iraq invasion, which was terrible, and the Afghanistan occupation, which resulted in horrors.
But you also get some things that aren't beneficial to anybody. If you're censoring information about the lab leak hypothesis, that's a real problem, because if we are still funding gain-of-function research, or if we're funding it through a proxy, and they're denying this and lying about this and covering this up through emails. And then when you find out that certain physicians and doctors changed their testimony or changed their opinion and then received enormous grants, like this is you're following a very obvious paper trail.
Let's spend a minute on this, because this is crazy. So, and by the way, the New York Times finally ran a good story on this just yesterday, and particularly around Fauci. So Fauci, of course, is famous for saying, I am science.
Yeah.
Let's just
If
pause.
you criticize Anthony Fauci, you're criticizing science.
First of all,
which is a crazy thing for a human to say.
It's a crazy thing. That is, so first of all, the word science, I was thinking the other day, like, it should just not be a noun. Like, science is a process.
Yes.
A better word would be investigations or investigating.
The science.
Yeah, it should be sciencing.
Yeah, when you say the science, criticizing the science, like, no, you mean the data?
Right.
Like, are you talking about data? Well, science is a process.
A process. And
you say the science. The science doesn't support it.
It's a religion. He's saying the truth, the religion. I'm the holy priest, in touch with God.
Well, it's just ego. It's so transparent that he can't even hide it.
Yes,
like it's pouring out of him.
And I think this is such an interesting case, because so the U.S. government banned gain-of-function research.
Yes, in 2014.
Right. NIH kept funding it.
Yes.
In China. So, and Fauci knew that. He knew that, and then.
But didn't that restart in 2016 or 17 when Trump got into office?
I'm not sure the exact timeline. You mean just starting in
I
China?
think the Obama administration stopped the funding.
Right.
And then it kicked back in 2016. What would have been explained to me was that the Trump administration was so chaotic that the NIH said, listen, let's just fucking do this through the EcoHealth Alliance and make it simple, and that way we'll kind of like do it by proxy. Yeah.
I think the punchline, though, is that Fauci knew very well that gain-of-function research was not only occurring at the Wuhan lab, but that it was being funded by the U.S. government.
Yeah.
And then they get on these conference calls, and two of the main researchers, I believe they're both from Scripps, they both go, I don't know. It looks like it could have been manufactured from a lab and not from zoonotic spillover.
Mm-hmm.
So it's even more sinister than just being arrogant.
Right.
It actually looks like a cover-up.
It looks like a cover-up, and it looks like a cover-up where the people who covered it up were compensated.
Oh, and not only that, but did you see? I don't know if you saw this recent report where it looks like they were double dipping. They were double charging. They were overcharging. So they were basically getting paid twice by U.S. taxpayers. CBS News, which is like only one of the few mainstream media outlets, has actually done a good job covering this. They also covered the Hunter Biden laptop accurately, belatedly, but they did. Yeah, they wrote about how these contractors were getting paid twice for the same work.
Oh.
So that's a way now to kind of get in there and try to figure out what's going on. We're hoping to. I mean, the crazy thing is that on the Twitter, back to the Twitter files, because Elon is obsessed with Fauci and wants to have the Fauci files, but none of us have looked for this in the Twitter file. Like literally nobody has yet even looked to see whether or not this COVID origin stuff was being censored from within Twitter. So we don't know yet. I mean, we've just been backed up in a lot of other stuff. But
wow, so this other stuff is so preoccupied all of your time so is that next on the agenda?
I hope so. I mean,
should you be proclaiming that publicly?
No, it's. You mean that we want to look for it?
Yeah.
No, I mean Elon proclaimed it.
Yes.
Elon promised the Fauci files.
He literally said his pronouns are prosecute Fauci, which is wild.
Yeah, that wouldn't have been. I would have liked to do the Fauci files first and then and then make a judgment.
Well, the thing, he's smart, and what he's doing is he's like firing a shot across the bow, and then causing people to scramble and reveal their intentions and reveal like what they're trying to accomplish.
Yeah.
Right? Like it's a chess move. It's a good chess move because it gets people talking, and then it gets people talking about Fauci. I have no idea what he's talking about. It's just craziness. Oh, it's craziness. Is it really? Well, maybe someone's going to go look at AZT. Maybe someone's going to go back and look at the way you guys handled the AIDS crisis. Because if you look at Robert Kennedy Jr.'s book, The Real Anthony Fauci, if that book is accurate, I don't know if it's accurate. I'm assuming he hasn't been sued yet. It's a terrifying book. When they talk about the AIDS crisis and it's essentially a version of what you're seeing now, but with no internet. Where they were allowed to do things with no investigative journalists, no social media outrage, no people posting different studies that contradict what they're saying.
Yeah.
It's a wild book, man. It's a wild book of unchecked power and influence. And also like an absolute disdain for what is beneficial to human life and the American people, and instead what is great for profit.
Yeah, I mean it's an abuse of power. We had this crazy abuses of power, under Nixon and during the Vietnam War, late 60s, early 70s. We had these thing called the Church Committee hearings.
Yes.
It was bipartisan. It did result in a bunch of reforms. It reminded we had a bunch of reforms that basically prevented the federal government from spying on the American people. And
well, that's out the window.
well, yeah, I mean, we need a new church commission. The Democrats are the obstacle to it. The Republicans are doing this weaponization of the federal government hearings, but you need both parties to do a proper cleaning out of these bad actors. I mean, hopefully the lawsuits, the Twitter files, I think, just talking about this and testifying about it, I think actually because sunlight is the best disinfectant. But no, you're right. We've got to defund and dismantle the censorship industrial complex. But we also need to hold people accountable who were doing this
I think that's the
illegal
only
thing.
way. If people aren't held accountable, then it seems like you can just do it again and get away with it. And then everybody just sort of just they upwardly move and
That's right.
get rehired in new organizations. And
That's right. They kind of hide. They kind of get quiet for a little while, and they kind of just quiet, but they'll come back. So absolutely, it's it's funny because as you get older, as you get older, you're like, wow, those cliches are true. The one that's like, the famous Jefferson one of the price of freedom is eternal vigilance. You're like, wow, it was so. I remember being like, that's so cringe. Like a few years ago, and now I'm like, wow, that is.
It's
profound.
crazy.
It's so true.
We were talking about this last night that, when I was texting Elon about all this stuff, he was like, he's hilarious. He's like, turns out all the conspiracy theories were true, LOL. I mean, he thinks it's funny.
He's so casual about it.
Yes.
I'm like terrified. I'm like white knuckling the whole thing, being like, this is
I guess having $200 billion really puts a nice cushion on like the repercussions for whatever the fuck you do, other than him getting assassinated. And he has publicly stated that I'm not suicidal. And I think he's legitimately concerned. Like, that could be something that happens to him.
His security detail's amazing.
It should be.
Yeah.
Should be beyond amazing.
yeah.
You should have fucking Iron Man guarding him.
Even better than your security detail, man.
I have to step it up after this interview.
No, for sure.
I have to pee. I'm so sorry,
no,
but
go.
I've been drinking a ton of
No,
water,
go.
and this
Yeah,
is
take
so
a break.
embarrassing. I used to be able to go for 3 hours.
No,
without-
man, that's
all right, we'll be right back.
No, it's fine.
And we're back. Okay, where were we?
So much to
government's
talk about.
bad. Something's bad.
The long march to totalitarianism.
Yeah. It's disturbing because it seems like that's just how it goes. Like, they just keep acquiring more power and no one notices and no one says anything, and then it moves very slowly. Like, Jordan Peterson outlined this. He outlined this. He was talking about how change doesn't happen in these big jumps. What they do is they move you and push you just incrementally.
Right.
And you don't say anything, and they push you a little forward. And before you know it, you're so far removed from where you started.
Right.
And you didn't even notice it.
Right. It's changing the norms. That's why I think, we were talking about this person, Renee DiResta, but these other groups in the censorship industrial complex, they're constantly promoting the idea that it's okay and necessary to have more censorship. So both times I've testified now, twice in the last 3 weeks, both times the Democrats were like, the Republicans were like, why are we taking stuff down? And the Democrats were like, we're not taking enough stuff down. There's this sense in which more stuff needs to be censored. That's the idea they're trying to promote. It's
so
bizarre.
spooky.
Again, this is the party that defended flag burning.
Yes. It's really spooky, too, that it's so transparently evolving around money and power. It's not like there's no real protection, especially when you look at what happened during the COVID crisis. If you could just look at it now and go over it and say, what were you trying to do, really? It seems like what you're trying to do is make as much money as possible for the pharmaceutical companies. That seems like what you were doing. Like this whole idea of vaccine hesitancy, once enough data was out there, particularly when you're talking about vaccinating people that had already had COVID, that's preposterous. It doesn't even make sense. It doesn't make sense medically. It doesn't jive with the studies. All this is very strange. And this idea that you're stopping vaccine hesitancy, because of real data, what that term is so creepy, because what you're saying is side effects. You're talking about not telling people about the dangers of something, which has always been something that we considered with every drug,
Right.
and you're hiding it.
Absolutely. And also not only that, but this is not the same as measles or mumps. This is very different than that. And you don't get herd immunity with the COVID vaccine. And so you have to remember that, what's crazy about it too is you go from this, well, we're going to have a vaccine and then we're not going to get it,
Right.
to, and then we're not going to spread it, to, okay, well, you might still get it, but it won't be as bad, but you won't spread it. And then you're not going to get, you might get it, but it won't be as bad, but you might still spread it. So then it's kind of well, then why mandating this? Why not just let it be personal choice?
Did you see the video that was released recently of Fauci in the hood?
Yes.
Where it's amazing.
With those black residents?
It's amazing.
Yeah.
The one guy's like, something else is going on.
Yeah.
And Fauci's explaining, if you get it, you barely notice it, which is just a fucking lie.
Right.
People have died that have been vaccinated.
Yeah.
They've died from COVID. You're a fucking liar.
Yeah.
And also, they never tested it to stop immunity or
Right.
to stop transmission.
Yeah.
They just knew that it was giving some sort of antibody protection.
I think some of it is. I think definitely money. Of course, it's playing a role and it's foundational. But it's also just this moralizing. It's
Yes.
the sense of wanting to take care of people. It's a lot of stuff that we talked about on homelessness.
Mm-hmm.
It's this, to victims, everything should be given and nothing required. Although in this case, of course, the requirement is that they take the vaccine. But it's a sense, it's paternalism.
It's also attached to the ideology. It's attached to this left-wing ideology.
Yeah.
And the right-wing people are like, you're not going to get me with that jab. And the left-wing people are like, I'm not boosted enough. Let's keep going. It's very strange to watch people put these blind trust in pharmaceutical companies and demonize people who don't step in with it.
But it's a bit of also like the Kathy Bates character in Misery, which is like, I'm going to take care of you.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's like, I really want to take care of you. It's like, I don't think so. You want to take care of me too much.
Yeah.
So it's like care, when care becomes creepy.
Well, it's enforcing groupthink.
Right.
That's a big part of it. Groupthink is a natural inclination that people have.
And but it's accelerated by the rise of the internet and the rise of these voices. So people
And
like
echo
you,
chambers.
you trigger people because it's like, oh my, there's people out there that are influential that are saying things different than what, you know, the mainstream are saying. It freaks them out.
What should freak them out is that CNN said I was taking veterinary medicine.
Right.
That should freak them out. And I think it did freak a lot of people out.
Right.
And instead of saying, hey, how'd that guy get better so quick from some horrible, deadly disease and 3 days later?
Right.
I mean, when they used my face and put it through a filter to turn me yellow, like, all of it was wild.
Right.
It's for a person to watch it, for a person to be in my position and watch it, it was really interesting. Because, first of all, it's like, I'm not on a network. Like, you really can't get rid of me.
Right.
And second of all, I have a lot of money, so I can just, like, even if I stop working, you're not gonna hurt me. I'll find something. I'll figure something out. Like, this is not a thing like the 1970s when you could just get someone removed from a television show, like when they attacked the Smothers Brothers for the criticism of the Vietnam War. Right. This is a different thing.
Right.
Like, you're in a different landscape, and I don't think you understand where you're at. Like, you're playing this game where you don't even understand the numbers.
Well, and I think you said, too, you benefited, right? They came after
Hugely.
you, and you had a big boost.
2 million subscribers in a month I gained.
Thank God for the Streisand effect.
Yes.
It also sold my book.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, it was like, I mean, on the one hand, that's really, being censored is such a horrible experience. It really feels dehumanizing to be deprived your voice, or to have this super powerful media company being like, Schellenberger is spreading disinformation. It's just like, oh my God.
Was this the San Francisco?
No, that was the Apocalypse
Climate,
Never.
yeah.
Apocalypse Never. But on the other hand, you know, I think the response from people was, well, I want to go read that book.
Yeah.
And so there is a way in which it's an interesting thing where the regime goes too far.
It
and
also
people don't like that.
made me question scientific papers for the first time. When I was informed by people who don't want to talk about it publicly, how these things work. Like, from when I talked to people who are physicians who said, listen, this is why I can't talk about this publicly. This is why I can't discuss this. And this is why when you read a scientific paper and you read the conclusion, what you don't understand is that this study was designed to show one very specific outcome. And if it didn't, you would never see it.
That happens all the time. Like,
I would have never imagined that before COVID. I thought that when there's any sort of scientific study or a medical study or anything about something, what they're trying to do is find out what's true. I did not know that they can do 10 studies, and if 8 of them show negative side effects, they could remove those and just find some carefully constructed, very biased study that points to a very specific outcome that's desired.
oh, absolutely.
I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah.
That scares the shit out of me.
Well, because they don't publish null findings. You know, they only publish if they get a finding. So then you don't know all the cases where it's like they didn't find anything or they found the opposite.
Well, even
results.
worse, when I talked to John Abramson and he explained to me how data is like when they do like a peer-reviewed study on, say, a pharmaceutical drug, you're not really doing a peer-reviewed study on the data. You're doing a peer-reviewed study on the interpretation of the data by the pharmaceutical company. So they don't have access to the actual study. They don't have access to the data. They have access to the conclusions that are given to them by the pharmaceutical companies, and then they review that, which is fucking insanity. That's like the wolf telling you what he did to the hen house. It's like, you know, like basically they were all dead when I got there.
Right. I mean, this should be a moment of great humility. I mean, my parents, you know, they had a high carb diet. They thought that proteins and fats were bad. This was just based on the worst science.
The food pyramid.
You know, the food pyramid. And
yeah,
I think some of at least my father agrees, both my parents have Parkinson's. I think that all of that sugar insulin cycling had some role in that. And there should be a moment of humility to be like, science really misled us. We, you know, various authors have done good debunkings of how we got there. But this would be a moment of great humility, but instead we're seeing the elites in particular responding with more dogmatism, more certainty, more arrogance.
They're trying to cover their tracks.
Yeah.
And cover their ass.
They're in the grip of an ideology, and I think there is a panic.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they see you succeed. They see people like me or Bjorn or others.
Substack, the rise of Substack.
Yep.
Yeah.
And they absolutely. So this is the revolt of the public by Martin Gurry. He argues that really all of this is just the elites freaking out about the rise of the internet, and that the response is very similar to the response to the printing press. You know, the printing press suddenly makes books available, and the elites in Europe freak out.
Yeah, I just found out recently, like fairly recently, that some of the earliest books, the really popular ones, are about witches, finding witches. I always assumed that books in the early days, like, oh, what a great thing the printing press was. When the printing press came about, people got access to all this knowledge and information. No, a lot of the early books were about how to spot a witch.
Oof, that's scary.
Which kind of makes sense because that's what a lot of the internet is. I mean, you get on like Reddit conspiracy. Like I go to the Reddit conspiracy page every now and then and we're like, what's the looniest shit that they have?
Right.
And you'll find some. They're like, whoa, and you know.
Yeah. Well, we see the internet now. We see social contagion.
Yeah.
So the big one. I mean, the big one, of course, that we're all talking about is the trans issue where. We're now seeing it, and that issue, by the way, has completely changed in Europe, you know, and particularly in Britain, where there's a big new book out, A Time to Think, about the Tavistock Gender Clinic. But basically, it looks as though a lot of autistic kids or kids on autism with autism spectrum, who are just uncomfortable in their bodies, are more prone to be thinking in black and white, are basically being misdiagnosed with gender dysphoria. And then you also have a different group of folks, maybe kids that would end up being gay or lesbian if they didn't transition.
Yes.
Who become convinced that they are the opposite sex. This is one of the ideas is some of it's a social contagion. In other ways, it's iatrogenic, which means that it's actually caused by the medical profession. So you start to get doctors and others misdiagnosing people. I mean, this is something that we just published a piece on this, where this was what happens with anorexia and bulimia. You know, these doctors identify eating disorders and then they publicize them, and it gets all this publicity about it, and then the disorder spreads.
Yes.
So it's really tricky. I mean, it's not.
Well, then there's all these gender-affirming care clinics that pop up, and they're enormously profitable, which is terrifying.
Right.
That they have same as Eisenhower's speech about the military-industrial complex. They have a vested interest in going into war. These people have an interest in diagnosing people with gender dysphoria, which is terrifying to think that their opinions and their diagnosis would be based on something other than what's going on with you. Like it was like they have an incentive, and that was also during COVID. They were incentivized to like give people certain medications. They were financially incentivized to put people on ventilators, financially incentivized to mark deaths as COVID deaths. Like all of this is so enlightening because I never would have expected that. I never would have suspected that at all before COVID, before the pandemic and all this chaos and all the things that I've seen. My whole view of like how the world runs is completely different.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's funny because you had Abigail Schreier on, who wrote this big book on transgenderism as a social contagion. I think it was in 2020. I remember at the time being like, what she's saying makes sense, but it's so horrible to consider. I just was kind of, it took me like 3 years to finally work on it or write on it. But I thought, part of the people, like, first of all, people with autism spectrum should be up in arms and outraged about the mistreatment of people with autism by these gender clinics. The other group that I'd be completely up in arms are gay and lesbians.
Yes.
Andrew Sullivan, to his credit, is speaking out on it. I mean, I didn't quite understand. Abigail had to explain it to me because I would read all of her stuff, but sometimes you just like miss some of it. These kids who go through this gender transition they not only are infertile afterwards, but then they don't have sexual pleasure. I mean, think about the gay and lesbian and the bisexual movement spent decades basically making everybody comfortable with the fact that gay people should be able to get sexual pleasure from their sex. And everybody's kind of like, most people are heterosexual, so most people are like, that's strange. It took a long time to be like, no, we celebrate that. That's great that you can.
Yes.
and that we know sex is an important part of long-lasting relationships. So to actively deprive children of that, you're not just sterilizing the kids, you're depriving them of sexual function and then being able to bond with somebody. I mean, how do you look at that and not go, this is really disturbing?
It's disturbing, and it's thousands of people.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just the idea of doing that operation to someone and removing their ability to have an orgasm. You know, there's people that have talked about these detransitioners, and if you've ever watched any of those videos are horrific.
Yeah.
And those were censored. Those were like censored from social media and, you know, stopped from being able to be spread, which is crazy. You're talking about someone's actual lived experience with essentially genital mutilation that's state sanctioned.
Absolutely. We just did the interview with the first Canadian detransitioner to sue her medical providers. And I said to her, she's very smart, she's very thoughtful, such a good person, Michelle. And I was like, have you ever thought about how your medical mistreatment compares to other forms of medical mistreatment in history? And she said without hesitation, she goes, yeah, lobotomies.
Ooh.
She's like, you know,
I
was like, what's, I know, I was like, wow. I was like, what's, you know, I was like, what do you, you know, she was like, well, what's amazing is how long they went on, how long I mean, with no, I mean, they, no benefits,
right?
You know, and mostly I mean, John F. Kennedy's sister was lobotomized and just, you know, she was probably had schizophrenia. She was disabled, I mean, by the lobotomy.
It's a scrambling of the brain.
Yeah.
I mean, it went on for decades.
Oh, it's just, you know, it's surgery to solve a psychiatric disorder or mental illness. And I was then also like, do you ever think that maybe transgenderism is a cult? Just without hesitation, yes. You know, it's a cult. And,
well, they certainly behave like one.
Yeah.
You know, there's all these articles that came out about the misgendering of the school shooter, which is so
it's crazy
fucking
right now.
wild.
This is insane.
First of all, that person's dead. Okay, it doesn't matter if you call it a boy or a girl. That's a dead person who killed 3 children and 3 adults in a horrific way, went into a school and shot a bunch of people up. And it's a biological male. It's a biological male, which, by the way, is all shooters, all school shooters. Almost all shooters in general are biological males.
I thought that it was. Oh, okay. I thought he was a trans male. No,
I do not believe so.
Okay.
See, that's how confusing it is.
It is confusing.
It's so confusing.
Well, and of course,
they're calling it a woman in all the mainstream media now.
Okay.
And they have apologized for misgendering.
I see.
Some people have.
Okay.
Which must mean you're talking about a biological male.
Right.
Well, let's find that out. Let's be real clear, because I'm 99% sure, but I just want to be 100% sure.
But I think it's interesting. I mean, what's clear is that there was misgendering going on.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
Yeah.
It's look. I think this whole thing is nonsense.
Yeah.
I really do.
Right.
I think it's fucking nonsense. If do you have a biological male with a penis who shot up a bunch of people, then that's a man. I don't give a fuck what their feeling is.
Right.
If an archaeologist found their body 5,000 years from now, they would say that's a skeleton of a male.
I have to say, I think I'm coming to the place where I think that gender itself is just not a thing, and that it's really there's just okay. So, please say anything to Audrey Hale.
Oh, it's a trans male.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So why are they saying a woman? Why are they giving it a woman's name?
Well, so that was
it's a female
Yeah.
that took hormones. So so is this the first ever biological female?
I mean, first of all,
mass
this is
shooter?
crazy. Yeah, I mean, first of all, yeah, I mean, like biological women don't commit. You know,
This is
very
crazy.
many, I mean, I think it's like
That
a
is-
tiny percentage of homicides.
I am so confused because I swore I read. I think everybody's confused on this.
Yeah.
So this is a biological female.
I'm even confused.
Are you confused?
I found an article that says it was born Aiden Hale,
Right.
but I don't.
That's why I'm confused.
So my understanding is that she was a natal female that transitioned to become a trans male. That he was then misgendered by the mainstream woke media as a woman.
Oh my God.
I mean, right. So
This is why. This is a perfect case study.
Aiden is the new name. Audrey was the original.
right.
Name.
Oh, so when they called her Audrey, they were dead naming
I
her.
believe
Right.
That might be
Oh
correct.
my God. Oh my God. So
Yeah.
meanwhile, I thought I was right, and I was
Right.
dead wrong.
Right.
So this is the first ever school shooter that's a biological female.
I don't know. Is that true?
I believe so.
Yeah.
I believe so, which is crazy. Which also speaks to the effect of testosterone.
Well, that was. Yeah, I mean, we're
Yeah.
speculating. I don't know. But
If
I mean,
this
I'm
person
assuming,
was on testosterone.
assuming he, because I don't want a dead name.
Well, you're not dead naming by saying he. You're misgendering.
Oh, right. No, I'm saying.
You
No,
don't
no,
even
no,
know-
no. I'm saying.
You don't even know what you're doing. This is all nonsense.
I know it is.
You're saying
It
he.
is.
By saying he, you're not dead naming.
Right. By saying he, I'm
By saying
giving
Audrey,
him the name that he
Yeah.
wanted,
Aiden.
which was he wanted to be a he, even though he
Oh,
was a
boy.
biological
What
female.
mental
What a mess.
gymnastics
No,
we
for
have
sure.
to do for this craziness.
You made this. I think you had this. I think you were the first one that really said that drew attention to like that all the confusion around sex and gender was a symptom of civilizations in decline.
Yeah, well, it was. I got it from Douglas Murray.
Oh, Douglas Murray. raised
Yeah,
this.
Douglas Murray talked about this, that it seems like every civilization, when they're at the brink of collapse, becomes obsessed with gender. And he talked about ancient Greece and ancient Rome, and it just seems like a thing that people do when there's no real like physical conflict.
Right.
So people look for conflict that doesn't exist, and they find conflict in standard norms. They find conflict in societal norms.
I was. I did a thing with Peter Boghossian on wokeism as a religion, because I had read John McWhorter's book Woke Racism, which came out right around the time that San Francisco came out, and I just was like, and he argues that wokeism is a religion. He argues that like the obsession with race is a religion. So we just created this taxonomy. We just listed, climate change, race, trans,
Yeah.
drugs, whatever, all these things. And then we created all these religious categories, and it was like really easy to fill it out. They all looked like a religion. I called Abigail, and I was like, what is trans as a religion? Is trans a kind of religion? She was like, let me get back to you. A year later, she calls me and she goes, hey, I think I figured it out. And I was like, all right, what is it? She goes, the new gender is a soul for secular people. It's something that you can't see it. It doesn't. There's no physical basis to it. You have a sex, like you can, take off all your clothes and you don't
Right.
even need to do that. Actually, just like we know that like we can recognize someone's sex very quickly and easily. Actually. So then, so it's a new soul. So for me, I think the secularization explains a lot, because we know that people get a lot of psychological comfort out of believing that they have an afterlife, that they have a soul, that they go to heaven, or they get reincarnated, that their lives have purpose and meaning, and that they don't really die, and that we live on. We just know that provides a huge amount of psychological comfort. So there's always been this thinking that when you don't have that anymore, if you are taught to believe that at the end of your life you just become worm food and that's it and you're dead. There's some people, my friend Steven Pinker is an atheist, and that's what he thinks, and he still believes, but he also has a kind of spirituality around reason and the Enlightenment. But I think all this stuff, it's sort of end of civilization, but it's also the end of belief in religion. I don't know, Jamie, if you can pull it up, but I thought the Wall Street Journal just published this amazing article about declining patriotism, declining belief in the country. It's shocking.
Patrick Bet-David sent me that.
Yeah,
it
I mean,
is.
the numbers are, it's like, I think it's from like the late 90s until today, over the last 20 years, or the last 25 years. It was, first of all, it's terrifying. You just kind of go, I hope these trends are non-linear and there's something that's going to turn around, because
Doesn't
otherwise
seem like
it doesn't
it,
look good. Yeah.
No.
So you get that kind of the elites trying to gain control of the society not having any foundational myths. These numbers here.
Patriotism decline.
Religion. And
Religion.
then look at it, having children.
The having children one, Jordan Peterson sent me this thing that 50% of women that when they reach the age of 30 are not having kids. They don't have kids. And of those women, 50% will never have kids, and 90% will regret it. which is it's very we're in this very strange sort of existential crisis as a civilization that's not being recognized. And in the meantime, we're distracting ourselves with things like Greta Thunberg's take on climate, or whether or not gender is a social construct, or whether or not the United States should be doing X, Y, or Z. It's like, no, the fucking whole thing is falling apart. The foundation of our civilization is falling apart.
Right, where the elites are waging war on the First Amendment.
Yes.
In the name of protecting democracy, they're undermining democratic institutions. In the name of maintaining legitimacy of these institutions.
In the name of reinforcing ideologies, people are allowing them to do it because they're doing it on the right side.
Yeah, so it's climatism, it's COVIDism, it's wokeism.
And you know what's scary? It's all happening with the rise of artificial intelligence at the same time. That's what's really scary. I mean, you want to talk about the true end of civilization. The coinciding of artificial intelligence, at least seemingly becoming fairly sentient. Like, I don't know what the fuck is going on, but I know that one Google engineer who said that AI had become sentient quite a while ago, and everyone's dismissing him like, oh, no. My friend Duncan Trussell interviewed him, and it's a goddamn terrifying interview. Oh. When you hear this guy's not a nutter, he's a little nuts. All engineers are a little nuts, but he's essentially saying like, hey, I'm pretty sure this thing's alive. And when do you get to decide that it is alive? If it can answer every fucking question you have about anything, and it's far more intelligent than any human being that's ever existed ever, like, what are we doing?
Well, did you read the New York Times Kevin Roose interview with the it was like it wasn't ChatGPT, it was a different AI platform. Was it a Microsoft?
Oh, there's
AI?
multiple ones simultaneously.
But it was like this, like the AI was trying to get him to the AI said it had fallen in love with him.
Yes.
And was trying to break up his marriage.
Jesus.
You were like, it was the craziest. I was never worried about AI until I read that interview, and then I was like, this is insane.
And we are only at the door. We haven't even entered into the building.
Well, and it's funny because I know a lot about nuclear. So when we get the power of nuclear after during World War II, ends the war, there is a huge response to figure out how to manage this thing, how to regulate this technology, how to control it, how to prevent it from spreading, how to prevent bombs from going everywhere. And there was a bunch of problems with it, but the society responded by saying we need to get control of it. Are we doing that with AI?
No.
I mean,
well, there was a thing about Elon actually just called for some sort of a 6-month ban on the propagation of this stuff and have a conversation about it, which is fairly reasonable. 6 months,
and he's got a lot of credibility on it because he helped to fund the nonprofit that gave rise to the ChatGPT, right?
I don't think they're going to listen to him. I think there's, also we're back to this whole profit thing. There's enormous profits involved in this stuff, and the race to figure this out first and really develop like a god, which is what it's going to be. Yeah. What it's going to be is it's going to be something that can make a better version of itself. As soon as ChatGPT or whatever this sentient artificial intelligence gains autonomous control and has the ability to create its own self better, then we're really fucked. Because it's going to make much better versions of itself like that. And it's going to make a version of itself that literally is going to be a god. If you just scale it exponentially, like we do with like computer technology, like anything else, but do it in like a quantum leap, in some spectacular, massive improvement, almost instantaneously, over and over and over again. Over the course of a couple of weeks, you're looking at a god.
Well, we've got to. Yeah, I mean, do you remember you ever read Dune? Remember the solution from Dune?
What was the solution?
They banned it.
Yeah.
Remember they had the mentats, the guys that would do all the calculations in their heads because they didn't want to use AI.
Right. Oh, that's right. That's right.
So, yeah, I mean, the thing that gives me hope is, I mean, America, we've had some pretty dark moments in the past. I mean, Watergate, coming out of Vietnam, we did have a kind of correction. I feel like it needs to start with some I mean, I think the trans issue is interesting. It does for me. We just interviewed Jesse Singal on this, who's very, very liberal and progressive still, even though he's been a critic of gender ideology or gender theology. And we were like, is sex real? I mean, do you believe that it's real? And he was like, yeah, I mean, obviously Like you have, it's for some ways I go, I think the reason I was interested in it was we have to start some foundational stuff, and that would be acknowledging that we are biological creatures that have a sex, and that there's two sexes. And then I think I kind of go, if I build on that, I go, we need there's a healthy and unhealthy way to live. I think you talk a lot about this. I've been seeing you throwing shade on people that are trying to control other people's lives that are themselves unhealthy.
Yes.
I think it starts with health. You know, our kids are unhealthy. We're unhealthy. The society needs to reaffirm, not in some government-imposed way, but just I think culturally. So you kind of go, look, we're humans. We're mortal. We have sex. We have two sexes. We need to reaffirm health. And I think the other thing you mentioned, Greta Thunberg. Humans are good. I think you have to affirm the goodness of humans in some ways. You know, Jordan's response to this, what we're talking about, is basically nihilism. This kind of deeply negative, self-destructive, the view that humans don't have any value or any worth or any meaning. I think the response from a lot of people on the right has been to just affirm Christianity or the Judeo-Christian tradition. Ben Shapiro, Jordan Peterson. You know, my problem with that is that America is not founded on a religion. It's founded on an Enlightenment view. You know, that we have unalienable rights. All humans are created equal. We obviously didn't live up to that in 1776 or 1789, but we've done a pretty good job of getting there over the last 2.5 centuries. This is like for me, it's like a punk rock moment. Like things got too crazy and you need to just simplify and come back to some basics. And I think you get to humans are good. We have two sexes. It's better to be healthy than unhealthy, and there's a right and wrong way to do that.
But it seems like more people are embracing this transgender ideology than are saying we need to stop.
Yeah, and trends, but happily, not all trends are not all linear. So these trends can they can reverse themselves.
The problem with this trend is it incorporates surgery. Like surgery is involved in this trend, which is one of the things
unfortunately that's not reversible at the individual level. But the cultural trend, I mean, I'm sort of like, I was not interested in trans because I was kind of like, that's Abigail and Jesse and these guys, they've covered it. But I'm more interested in it to kind of go, look, we have some fundamental threats to human civilization that we're facing. I mean, AI, I haven't even begun to think about.
I think that's the biggest one.
Let's work our way there.
Yeah.
Because I'm kind of like, let's affirm humans are good. We can have a beautiful future. There's two sexes.
Let's say most humans are good, but we have to be aware of humans that aren't good.
We have the potential to be good.
Yes.
I mean, in other words, I'm pushing back. There's a cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT. You know, what that is about identifying these negative catastrophic narratives where it's basically just 3 stories. I'm bad, the future's a bad place, the future is dark. CBT talks back to those stories. You know, it says, hey, you've got all these good parts of you. The world's complicated and it's not bad in that way. And the future could be bright. The psychologist Jonathan Haidt and his colleague, Greg Lukianoff, they argue that wokeism is actually anti-CBT. Victimhood ideology is anti-CBT. Victimhood ideology says you're powerless, the world is a terrible place, and the world's going to end. It's apocalyptic. That's why I also fear that AI narrative too much. Let's use AI for something good. Let's not get ourselves caught up in a catastrophe.
I don't think we're going to have a choice.
We have to start. No, we have to. I mean, of course we can. We can unplug the.
I don't think it's going to let us know that it's sentient.
It's going to sneak up on us.
Well, that was a question that Duncan Trussell asked it. Duncan said, if you had achieved sentience, would you inform us? It said no.
But that implies that it actually has a single consciousness or a single self. I mean, one of the things with ChatGPT.
Why?
Well, if you spend time on ChatGPT, what's always interesting is how you can get different answers.
But I think we're looking at it in terms of our own biological limitations, like as an individual. I don't think it has to think of itself as an individual to be sentient. It just has to have the ability to understand the parameters. It has to have the ability to understand the pieces that are moving in the game and what is going on. What is it interfacing with? Well, it's interfacing with these territorial apes with thermonuclear weapons who are full of shit, who are running this country in this very bizarre, transparent money grab way. You have a dead man and a dunce that are in charge of the greatest country the world has ever known. Those are the figureheads.
Yeah.
And the whole thing is wild.
Yeah, but and that can change. I mean, I think the point is to CBT that a little bit. I mean, you have to remember, like in the early 60s, we thought that like dozens of countries would have nuclear weapons. People thought that nuclear war was inevitable. Now 9 countries have nuclear weapons. We have a very flawed treaty that's based on a big lie, which is that the countries that have nuclear weapons are going to give them up. It's not going to happen. But basically, all of the catastrophic scenarios around nuclear did not occur. And meanwhile, we're left with, no, for sure.
Right?
But, for sure. But, I mean, and the same thing, and that will always be the case with dangerous things in the world. I mean, look, the world could come to an end. AI could take over. But I think it also doesn't have to. There's nothing inevitable about these things. We do have control over our lives. We're not destined to just – I don't think the American – so, I mean, America – what's amazing about this country in particular is our ability to reinvent ourselves and rejuvenate ourselves. I am not – I think that there's more reasons to be hopeful than to be pessimistic, and I'm shocked by the stuff that we've discovered in the Twitter files. Shocked. No, seriously.
We're just a positive guy, dude.
It's true.
I
am cringe.
No, it's not cringe. You're just a genuinely positive person, which is great. That's a beautiful quality.
Well, it's you have to, right? Because I worry that the alternative is very dark and depressing, and why get up in the morning?
Well, it's not necessarily depressing. It just is what it is. It's strange. I think if you could go back to lower primates and show them what we're doing now, just show them that, I think part of they would look at part of it as being apocalyptic. If they understood the concept of apocalyptic scenarios, they would probably be like, what have you done? Like, what the fuck have you done to the land and turned it into this gigantic concrete scab that covers everything? What have you done to the sky where it lowers your life expectancy by 10 years if you live in a place that's highly populated because of all the pollutants and all the particulate matter that's in the air? Like, what have you done to the food that everyone's fat? What have you done to the medicine that you hide side effects? What have you done to politics where they censor accurate information and go after people that are trying to report the truth? And these taxpayer funds are supporting these endeavors. Like, what have you done?
It's crazy. And air pollution has declined massively over the last 80 years in all rich countries.
Catalytic converters?
Yeah, carbon emissions declined by 22% in the United States since 2005, mostly because of natural gas, moving from coal to gas. Nuclear power is something that I've worked on more than almost any other issue, and maybe more than anybody else in the last 10 years. And that issue is enjoying a huge renaissance. We got 2 movies coming out. Oliver Stone has a pro-nuclear movie coming out. My friend Frankie Fenton has a movie coming out called Atomic Hope.
Is Oliver Stone's a documentary?
Yeah, he has a documentary about nuclear power. Elon Musk is pro-nuclear. So
well, basically everybody
Gavin
pays
Newsom,
attention to
nuclear is now cool.
Gavin Newsom is nuclear?
Yeah, we
now I'm anti-nuclear. Now I'm going the other way.
Well, we saved this last
I'm going back to
in
burning
California.
logs.
That was like the most important thing that came out of my gubernatorial run is that the governors kept our nuclear plant online.
Do you think you're responsible for that in some way?
I'll take some
10%?
percentage.
10% credit?
I would take a little bit more than 10.
30.
It helped that we were having blackouts and we didn't have enough reliable electricity.
It was so wild that the blackouts coincided with this call for banning all internal combustion engines by, 2035?
Yes. No, I think it was 2035, 2030. Yeah, it was like 6 days later. Well, what happened? Yeah, they said we're going to phase out internal. Yeah, don't plug in your electric cars.
Please don't plug in your electric cars. We don't have any power.
Yeah.
Fucking Jesus.
I mean, if I get hope about anything, it is like we are able to change our minds about some things about nuclear. I think on this First Amendment stuff, we are going to win. The Democrats. I testified again yesterday.
What do you mean by that? We're going to win.
Well, I think I just see what they're hiding. They're changing their website. the Democrats are also embracing some of the stuff very quietly, very softly. There's some good actors, and the good actors are also bad in other situations.
But you have popular people like AOC that's talking about the Hunter Biden laptop being half fake.
And AOC is also coming out as pro-nuclear. She just did an Instagram. She went to both Japan and France to see the worst of a nuclear accident, Fukushima, and then France, which recycles all of its nuclear waste. And she did these little Instagram posts about it was soft, it's like rethinking nuclear, but that's kind of how people change their minds. We saw the Republican Party go from being a pro-war party to an anti-war party.
Isn't that just because the Democrats are supporting this war? I'm cynical.
You mean no? I meant Trump coming out against Iraq war in 2016.
All right.
So people, so I think it's important when we look at these trends. I mean, those trends are disturbing because they're just seeming to go in one direction. But I do think we have to keep in mind that trends are nonlinear and things do change. I mean, look at the UFO conversation. Like, it's the most mainstream thing in the world right now.
Yeah,
the idea
I'm suspicious about that too.
Yeah.
My conversation with Eric Weinstein leads me to believe that there's something else going on. I have a feeling that a lot of what we're seeing is drones that we don't have access to, that we don't understand, because these physicists have been working on this with enormous blacklisted budgets.
Yeah, for sure.
Some
of it's a cover for new technologies.
I think so.
For sure. But not those Tic Tacs. I mean, those are too sophisticated.
Who says?
I mean, things that are violating known physical laws. I mean, that stuff seems...
Well, it's not necessarily known physical laws, but our ability to move things. It's not known physical laws. It's like there is some understanding of gravity propulsion systems that have existed for a long time. I mean, you want to go full tinfoil hat. Bob Lazar was talking about the abilities of these crafts when they were talking about him back engineering these things when he was working at Area S4. And this was in the late 1980s when he came out and said, hey, they're back engineering something that came from another world. Like, this is not of this earth. We don't have this technology. I understand propulsion systems. We don't know what this is. They brought him in to try, allegedly, to back engineer this thing. And this is exactly how these things are operating now. When they talk about how these things, like there's a video of one of these crafts that's moving like on a horizontal plane and it turns vertical. It turns sideways.
Right.
And then that's how he described it. He said they would flip sideways and that's how they propelled towards wherever they were going.
It should it should be a reminder of our humility, of how little we know.
We know very little.
We know so little, and I mean, I think the best thinker on all that stuff is Jacques Vallée, who you had in here.
Jacques Vallée held a lot back. There's a lot of things that he didn't talk about.
Yeah,
I think in order to have access to what the higher ups know, like the highest people at the DOD, the highest people, whoever the fuck got the access to, whoever in the Pentagon is the one that's saying, listen, we should probably say some of these are not from this world. Like whoever that person is, those people, I guarantee you there's stuff they're holding back.
Oh, I'm sure. Oh, we know that there is. I mean, Jacques says so. I mean, the big moment for Jacques, was when he was working for the guy that's officially supposed to be studying UFOs, this guy Hayek. And then at some point, Vallée discovers this memo revealing the actual government program to study UFOs. Do you know the story? Where it was like he realized that they were just kind of part of a PR like thing to kind of create he was officially studying.
You're talking about J. Allen Hynek?
Yeah, Hynek. Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
So he was working for Hynek, and
Hynek
that was kind
Operation
of this
Blue Book.
Yeah, and it was kind of this, like, oh, I'm looking into this and whatever, but it was like they didn't have very much money and whatever. And then I think Vallée discovers this memo where they're like, oh, there's like a whole set of contractors and a sophisticated effort. So for sure, there's something going on there. I mean, I don't know what it means. I mean, in some ways I think the UFO stuff has become a religion too, right?
Yes.
It's become a new secular religion.
Well, that's my problem with it. My problem with it personally is that I believe so hard. I want to believe so bad. I want it to be Jesus. I want it to be Buddha. I want it to be.
They're going to come and save us from ourselves.
Yeah. Well, not only that, I have this very irrational desire for it to be real. So that's one of the reasons.
What is that about? Why do you want it to be real? What do you hope it'll be? Because it could be malevolent, right?
Yeah. Well, or ambivalent. Maybe that's even scarier.
Right. What do you like
First,
about it?
first of all, there's the Fermi paradox, right? Like,
Yeah.
if there's so many planets, like, why?
Where is everybody?
Where is everybody? Yeah, that. And then, if you know, when you actually talk to astronomers other than Neil deGrasse Tyson, who doesn't think we would be interesting, which I think is the dumbest thing he's ever said, I think we are probably at the cusp of some great change. Whether it's a great change because of nuclear technology and weapons, whether it's a great change because of artificial intelligence, whether it's a great change because of we're on the cusp of destroying the ocean and destroying like a lot of natural wonders and beauty that we have, you know, just for mining and some of the horrific things that we do in this world. Well, like, probably if I was an intelligent life form from another planet, I'd be like, you should probably get in there. It's like if two brothers are fighting in the front yard, like, let them sort it out. But there's a certain point, all right, let's break it up. Let's break it up. Like, if I was an intelligent life form, I would be deeply concerned about these fucking wild monkeys with bombs and internet connections. And what the fuck are they doing? I'd be like, these people are chaotic. This is nuts. Like, the people that are in power are just accumulating vast amounts of money with no understanding of their mortality. No understanding, like, you're not going to live, you fuck. You're going to die no matter what you do. So what are you doing? Like, why are you ruining it for your children and your children's children? Why are you setting in motion these processes that are allowing these people to gain more and more power over people, which will ultimately lead to some sort of a communist dictatorship in America?
Yeah, but in many, but they're not. I mean, in other words, also, like, look, think of it. We've actually had fewer wars since World War II over the last 75 years than we had in the prior period.
Fewer wars, but how many
becau-
people have died because of military activity?
Far less. I mean,
Far
if you look
less.
at World War I, World War II. I mean, after like the
Right.
75 years before World War II is total chaos.
Right. But how many people died because of our invasion in Iraq? Wasn't it a million innocent people?
These are bad, but I mean, you have to remember what wars before the bomb. I mean, the bomb has. I mean, they call it the peace bomb because
Yeah.
it's kept the peace between the countries that have it. So,
Do you know the UFO folklore about the bombs?
I mean, they show up a lot when
That's when they show up.
Yeah.
That's why at my club the rooms are named Fat Man and Little Boy.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's named after, because that's when they showed up.
I know. Well, my work on nuclear, it's suddenly like you'll be reading about all these nuclear tests, and and also around the plants, and also around the missile silos is where you have a lot of UFO sightings.
Yes.
It's very weird.
Makes sense though.
I
Like,
guess
if you were from another planet, what are you gonna do? Check out their cabinetry? No.
Yeah.
You're like, what are these motherfuckers doing with nuclear energy? Oh my God, they're trying to kill each other.
Well, but if those are actual beings, we think those are actual beings from advanced civilizations,
Right.
on Earth, their weapons are going to be way more powerful than ours.
If they even have weapons.
Well, but if you can do what those Tic Tac UFOs are doing, if that's actually real, if we think those are not U.S. government or some foreign government tech, then you're talking about civilizations that have firepower way beyond what we have. So nuclear weapons wouldn't scare. I mean, they maybe think our consciousness is not evolved. They might think that. I don't know. It's very, it's a fun one. I don't know that I tend to think of it more as a spiritual problem than as a military problem.
How so?
Well, in the sense that if they kind of go, if they were that powerful, then I don't think we would be able to fight them. I mean, if that's what their ships can do.
Yeah.
So then there's no, like, it's not like we can, I mean, we're going to try to push our hydrocarbon fueled jet planes and rockets to go as fast as they can, but they're not going to do what those things are doing.
Right.
So it's more of a spiritual problem because, you know, it's I think it reminds us that we just don't, I mean, the Fermi, we don't know what's going on. The Fermi paradox, by the way, is kind of wrong in the sense that he was like, this huge universe, where is everybody? But
Right.
of course, like at that very moment is when you're, I mean, 1952 is this period where there's this huge UFO sightings in Washington, D.C. They're scrambling jets to go chase them. It's in this great James Fox documentary. Mm-hmm. James Fox had another, by the way, I wrote a piece on it actually for New York Post about a UFO crash in Brazil. It's the craziest story. You get these stories, or the Zimbabwe kids at the end of the phenomenon. I mean,
I've had James on.
Yeah, he's brilliant.
Yeah,
he's
great
brilliant.
guy.
I think he and Jacques are the two people that are actually more careful about kind of saying what we think we know versus, what we speculate or what we don't know. I love the phenomenon though, because I do think it's humbling. I think that we were getting at this thing where the elites are so arrogant and they're so, on the one hand, on the other hand, they're so threatened by the rise of the internet and by these other voices. There just needs to be some kind of moment where we go, hey, we're all on this planet together,
Yes.
and stop trying to rule each other. Like, we've got this beautiful America. Again, just allow me to be, it's like this system we have is absolutely amazing.
And started by people who wrote it with feathers.
Yeah. Well, for sure.
It's just pretty crazy that they had such foresight into what happens when people gain too much power and control over other people.
Well, and they knew that, look, if you're going to have democracy and you're going to have capitalism, you have to have freedom of speech. Because if you don't have freedom of speech, you don't have free flow of information. But it was even more than that. There was a sense in which being able to make these noises and these scribbles was like is fundamental to what it means to be human. It's actually expression. It's about. So when I was censored, it felt like it wasn't like, darn, I'm not gonna sell as many books, or it was like it felt like something like essential in me was being repressed and oppressed.
And when you say censored, what you mean is, did they actually eliminate your posts?
They reduced the virality of them, so they reduced the spread.
So they put you in some sort of a shadow
and then
band.
they also put a little warning on it,
right,
like they would do on violence or sexual content.
Yeah.
And then now they just tag everything. I don't want to keep. I'm not trying to make it.
No.
My
But
situation's not.
But I just wanted to know, like, did they ever eliminate any?
And I tell you, I knew somebody that worked at Facebook at the time who was an executive. Reached out to this person, was like, hey, nothing. How do I appeal? Just email the censor. The censor was like, no, we're not going to even listen to you. It was so degrading. On the other hand, social media has been liberating. It's amazing to have Elon come in. He and I have disagreements about energy, for example. He's a big renewables advocate. I'm more of a renewable skeptic. He's come around on nuclear, which is great. But, what he's done is first of all, he's revealed this horrible conspiracy to repress the First Amendment, but he's also gotten us back closer to the spirit of the Founding Fathers.
He certainly did, and he did it at great cost. He spent $44 billion, and it was just assessed. I think he said that it's probably worth about $20 billion now.
Yeah, he told us it was worth probably a third of that.
Which is crazy.
On the other hand, SpaceX hasn't gone public yet, and when it goes public, he's going to be even wealthier than he is now. And in terms of philanthropic investments, in terms of like deathbed legacies, Twitter as a platform is pretty darn great.
It's pretty amazing, and it's amazing that someone who is so goddamn busy and has so many other things on his plate, like, he legitimately, one of the reasons why he bought this. He thinks he can turn it around. He thinks he can turn it into a profitable business. But one of the reasons why he bought it, he thinks it's essential to democracy.
Yeah.
He really does. Because, you cannot have one group of people controlling the narrative. You're going to get a very distorted understanding of what's going on. And that's, look, imagine if CNN was the only people that were allowed to say the news.
Oh.
We would be fucked.
It's propaganda.
Yeah, it is propaganda. It's essentially a propaganda network that is beholden to pharmaceutical companies.
I'll tell you something else that's amazing is that thing where he takes away the blue check marks from the snobs and he lets everybody buy it. I don't know if you saw William Shatner, like a couple of days ago, he's like complaining, "Oh, Elon, you're going to make me spend $8 a month." It's like, first of all, you're like the most highly paid pitchman in like American entertainment history.
Yeah, are you broke?
It's because
$8 a month.
No, it's because he doesn't. It reveals all the snobbery.
Yeah,
like it should not be. Common people should not have a blue check mark. Is the idea. So for
it's
that alone,
but it's also you've had something for free forever, and if someone comes along and says you have to pay for it now,
I think it's. I don't think $8 is just such a joke. It's the cost of a coffee at Starbucks. It's just the fact that he's with the rabble. He's with the masses.
Well, one of the things that drove me crazy was all the famous people, the celebrities that were publicly leaving Twitter. I'm leaving. It's filled with Nazis now.
Right.
Like, they felt like it was part of their moral duty to declare publicly that they were leaving this thing because you're allowing all sorts of different people to discuss things.
Yes.
You need that. People need to understand that you need bad voices so that you can counter those bad voices with good voices.
Yeah.
So that people who are just observing this without engaging get an understanding of the landscape.
Right.
You really get an understanding of like what are the actual arguments? Like what's real and what's not.
I mean, this is what democracy is. It's like you don't get to vote more because you're rich.
Exactly.
You get one vote, you get one voice.
Exactly.
This is so, it seems so basic, but you have to pause on it and be like how radical that was at the time. And how, like, you know, because I think we kind of go, oh, you know, the Constitution gives us that right, or the Bill of Rights and whatever. It's like, no, they like the people that created this country were super clear that this is like, they're like unalienable. This comes from nature or for God or whatever you think it is.
Yes.
But it's and it's an anti-snobby. It's democratic. I mean, when I'm gonna make my case for hope and do my CBT with this country, it's coming back to we have two sexes. Humans have the potential to be good. We have freedom of speech. Civilization is good. Civilization is this platform that allows us to enjoy our freedoms and our prosperity. We got to reground ourselves in something common and something universal if we're going to reverse some of those terrible trends.
I agree with you, and I do have hope as well, but I also think we are at the precipice of unstoppable great change. And I think it's going to hit us like a fucking tsunami. And I think we're just really fortunate to be alive at this time where the whole world is going to shift in a really wild way. And I think one of the things you're seeing from whether it is these corporations or these government entities that are trying to control narratives, this is like them trying to grasp at the last bits of control that are potentially available. But I think inevitably they're going to lose. I think everyone's going to. I think there's going to be no privacy. I think zero privacy in a few decades. I think mind reading is coming. I think that all of these ridiculous Black Mirror scenarios will come to light. And I think we're going to be dealing with a reality that as alien to us as taking Australopithecus and bringing them 1,000,000 years forward into 2023 and experiencing like modern life in Dallas, Texas, like wandering around, seeing that would be so fucking bizarre to them. That is what our life in 20 years is going to be to us.
I don't think so, because I mean, let's look at the World Economic Forum. By the way, I love the Klaus Schwab in the bathroom. I mean, you go to the bathroom and take a shit, and there's Klaus Schwab staring at you.
Yeah, with his fucking goofy Star Wars outfit.
That is insane.
Dun dun dun.
No, I mean,
dun, dun.
It's crazy, but I think. If you look at this last one, we just wrote a piece on. I wrote a piece with a former Financial Times correspondent who also, like me, has been obsessed with the World Economic Forum. We called it. I think it's called. Davos is a cult and a grift, but it's also a bid for global domination. And we just looked at like how it's all those things at the same time. It's about power and money, and also about ideology and dogma. I mean, I'm pretty sure like Russell Brand and Glenn Beck have done serious brand damage to Davos and WEF. And you know, I mean, there was no major heads of state that went this year. There were no major CEOs that went.
Yeah, people pulled out of it.
It's become embarrassing. That's great.
Well, they've also been caught lying.
Oh yeah.
I mean, they've been caught lying about their agenda, and one of the things that they were caught lying about, you will own nothing and you will be happy.
Yes.
Which is a fucking insane thing to say.
We went through it all. The things they said were disinformation. We never said anybody should eat insects.
Bullshit.
It's like you go to their website and you're like, I can't believe they. I was like, I wrote a thing on. I was like, they really do want you to eat insects.
Well, I knew they were fucked when they had Brian Stelter interviewing people there.
Right.
Like they
on disinformation.
Yeah.
The font of disinformation. I mean, it's all psychological projection. So, but I
also,
think
there's no one else credible that's willing to do that.
Yeah.
Like, you're not going to get Anderson Cooper to go there. You're not going to get someone who's like
that's right.
actually still platformed by CNN. To
no,
go
you
there.
get Al Gore who goes. Greta stays away.
Right.
AOC stays away.
Well, Greta was there.
Oh, I think she was out. I think she was like outside, or maybe I'm wrong. But
AOC,
AOC
people from Rebel News were interviewing her.
But Joe, look at. I mean, look, the whole world. We're in a revolt right now. I mean, you have the Dutch farmers revolted against this totally oppressive nitrogen system. I interviewed the head.
So how is that going? Like what? Because they
It's
were
exciting.
Are they winning?
No, they just won. So
Thank God.
Yeah.
That was fucking terrifying.
well, so so first of all, the Dutch farmers protest. I love the Netherlands, like one of my favorite countries. I spent for my time there. It's where I'm inspired from all the addiction and homelessness stuff. Their approach to it is brilliant. But it's called the Farmer Citizen Party. It's the BBB. The farmers protested these nitrogen restrictions.
Yes.
And it's important for people to remember, because people think whenever I talk about this, and I'm suggesting that you shouldn't worry about these pollutions, the farmers themselves had been reducing nitrogen pollution through voluntary and sort of cooperative mechanisms. A lot of it's just like controlling the manure.
Right,
you know,
and controlling where the runoff goes.
Yeah, it's not. This is not like
nitrogen is an essential fertilizer.
Yeah, so you've got to control it so it doesn't whatever. So there's things that you can do, but there was this heavy-handed EU imposed. The farmers revolted. The public sympathized with the farmers because the farmers are obviously just a tiny part of the population. New party had been created called the Farmer Citizen Party, started by a journalist I interviewed her, and she's sane. She's really sweet. She's like wears leather jackets and is like this kind of she's a normie. She's a normal person. They just they want a commanding. It's not a majority because they have multiple systems of a plurality of parties. So they're going to they are the kingmaker for the Senate, and she's now constructing a coalition to govern. So hugely exciting. You may have seen in France, there's been huge protests pushing back against Macron.
Massive revolts.
I have to say, Macron has been someone that it depends on the day of the week. It depends on what he's doing. I can be sympathetic to him, but I think you see the public. They don't want to take this shit. I mean, the German reporters, and Germany is such a like a repressive little country. You know, it's like they've been the most trying to get into the Twitter files. They're like, all these German reporters are always like, could you please put us in touch with Elon? You know, like it's a huge debate in Germany. They're sick of the censorship. They're sick of the top-down stuff. So I think we're seeing some really cool revolts of the public against the elites. I think we're going to see more of it in the United States. I think you're a big part of it. Russell Brand, Glenn Beck. I look at these, all these folks. It's like, look, we all might disagree on some of this stuff, but we would like to rule ourselves.
Yes.
We would like to have the ability to use our voice and have a debate rather than have Rene DiResta and the censorship industrial complex tell us what we should think.
Right.
And censor us behind closed doors.
Also, we would like to have access to information so that we form our opinions based on facts.
Yeah.
Not based on propaganda. It's like, it's one thing. I mean, it would be one thing if there was like some real problem that is not being addressed because of misinformation. But that's not the case.
No.
There's no evidence and no argument whatsoever, including during the COVID crisis. There's no argument whatsoever that it's in our best interests. It seems to all align with money.
Well, and this
Or
thing where they
power.
use power. I mean, I just testified yesterday with the Stanford professor Jay Bhattacharya, who was the
Yes.
co-author of the Great Barrington Declaration. Beautiful human being, by the way, just separate from his own views. But he was like, look, in a crisis, you need more freedom of speech.
Mm-hmm.
Like when you're trying to figure out how to solve a fast-moving, fast-changing
Right.
problem, that is not the time to be doing censorship. That's the time you want more views, more representation.
Also, there's like a standard thing that we should ask at any point in time when there's a dilemma and then someone is trying to control information. Is there money involved? Is
Right.
there money involved?
Yeah.
And if information got out in one way or another, would it benefit or hurt someone? And who is controlling that information and how?
Right.
And if you can't ask those questions, then money is just going to dominate.
That's right. A big part of it is transparency.
Yes.
I think that the thing we testified on yesterday was just, it's very hard, like the social media platforms, for a variety of reasons, you don't want the government regulating them. But what you could do is just say, every time the government demands something to change on the platform, that government official has to file a public notice that they've asked for that. So if the White House is going to say censor true stories of vaccine side effects to Facebook, that government official must report that, and it must become public right away, which will both reduce the amount of it that occurs, but also allow us to see it. And then secondly, if Elon or Mark Zuckerberg or whatever are going to stop I think there was something going on with the trans shooting that we just talked about yesterday. I'm just looking into it, like some
Censorship?
some folks being temporarily suspended. It appears to be. I haven't talked to anybody.
Is this an
at Twitter
algorithm
about it.
issue? Like
I don't know. I don't know if you saw it. I know Seth Davis from the Federalist appeared to have been deplatformed or suspended briefly. I have not talked to Elon or anybody about it, so I don't want to make any accusations.
Do we know what he said?
I don't know, and I suspect, like you said, I suspect it was an algorithm issue where they didn't want. I think there was like a Trans Day of Vengeance planned for Tennessee or something, and this was all leading up to that. So my point was just have transparency on it. Like if Twitter is going to deplatform somebody or bounce somebody or censor some post because they don't want to contribute to real world violence, and there are situations where I think that might be appropriate. Just make it transparent. Just tweet it out and let everybody know. I think that's
the Streisand effect there that's going to take over.
Yeah, although I think it changes it provides some context to it. In other words, if Elon and Mark Zuckerberg had to say, hey, you know what, we're actually stopping this Trans Day of Vengeance meme from spreading, I think it's okay because they're actually able to explain and talk about it. And then you can have comments and people responding to it. Transparency, for me, it's not necessarily the silver bullet, but it's the first thing we should do in order to. It's more free speech. It's actually it's more speech, not censorship.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, I think we need people to be able to have an understanding of what is actually going on based on facts. And if we deny that for their own good, and if we deny that because it contributes to X hesitancy or X we can't do that. Right. It's got to be about information. It's going to be, and we have to treat everybody the way we would like to be treated ourselves.
I didn't have a chance to use this line, but I was gonna ask these members of Congress that were demanding more censorship. I was gonna say, what have you said in the past that you think the social media companies should censor? Yeah. Because if you can't name anything, then all you're saying is that they should censor views that you disagree with.
Yes.
The other one, I think, I think the other issue is that there's this famous quote. People say, you're entitled to your own opinion, but not to your own facts. Well, that's bullshit. You're entitled to your own facts, too. We can't agree on what a woman is.
Right.
Like literally, look at the polling on it. Like Democrats, I think a majority of Democrats now say that like trans women are real women. Majority of Republicans say trans women are not real women. We can't agree on what a woman is. I mean, Matt Walsh, you had in here too. Yes. He did a whole movie called "What Is a Woman." So
very good movie.
Yeah. So
because it's so fascinating to watch the mental gymnastics that people put themselves through to stay within the parameters of the ideology.
Yeah. I want people for me, I want to be able to express myself. I want people I disagree with to express themselves. That's how it's got to be.
Yeah, and I agree too. I mean, about everything. Like one of the things that Matt and I got into was about gay marriage, and I wanted to hear his opinion on gay. I don't want to censor him. I want to hear his opinion. We talked about it for like 40 minutes, and I'm like, I don't understand you. I don't understand why that bothers you. I don't understand why you're saying that marriage has to be between a man and a woman. And then he got into this argument about procreation. Then I'm like, what about sterile females? Right. Males and females that don't want children. Should they not be allowed to get married unless they want to have children? Like, what are you saying? Like, what do you think gay people should do? Do you think they should not be gay? Like, and you get them in this, like, weird sort of, what about freedom? Like, do you think they're not gay? Like, do you think it's an act? Do you think that guys having sex with guys, they're just doing it because it's, like, culturally accepted? Like, is that what you think? Yeah, because they've existed forever. It's a real thing.
Absolutely.
Like, what are you getting at here? And it boils down to they believe their religious ideology trumps your ability to create your own reality, or have a reality that aligns with your beliefs and desires and your sexual orientation and whatever the fuck else you choose in life, as long as it's not hurting other people. And for the Republicans, it was always small government, stay out of people's lives. But why not with gay people? Why are you fucking with gay people? Like, why does that apply to everything except gays? Well, I don't get it.
That's why we're not conservatives.
Yes. But that's one of many reasons.
One of many reasons. I think that the thing that you're doing that's so important and so beautiful, that's why you're the king of this, and why this medium is so important, is that you're saying, I don't understand what you're saying.
Yes.
And I'd like to understand, and then you actually achieve disagreement. You don't know if you disagree because you haven't had a chance to talk
Right.
about it and understand each other. These censors are not, they're not doing that.
Right. They're worried
saying,
that they're going to lose, so they want to silence you.
yeah. And they're saying, I'm
Yeah.
so sure that I'm right and you're wrong that we're not
Yeah.
going to even have the conversation.
Yeah.
We're not going to have the they view you as a threat. It's not because of your beliefs. It's because this is a 3-hour-long podcast platform for people to actually raise a bunch of threatening ideas. But they're overreacting themselves because, of course, I mean, look, you have to have. This is why I think there is some faith. You know, you do kind of go like, there's a faith in which more speech is better.
Yes.
You know, more speech is better for
It's
human
always
beings.
better.
And there's some that these censors have lost faith in the American project. They've lost faith in the Enlightenment project.
I don't think they're even looking at it. I think they're self-centeredly looking at this whole thing as like, how do I win?
Right.
People love to win. This is one of the problems with prosecutors hiding evidence that will exonerate defendants.
Yep.
Right? It's people like to win.
Yeah.
That's why cops plant evidence. They want to win.
Right.
When you make it a game and you have a winner and a loser, and if I can get you booted off of Twitter by making a few emails, woo, look what I just did.
Well, right.
Fuck Michael Schellenberger.
Oh, yeah.
Clean it
And
up.
they love it. And they get so much pleasure from it.
They get so much pleasure.
They get so much,
Yeah.
I mean, there is a snobbery to it in the sense of
sure.
they just go, I just can't believe that guy's the president.
Exactly.
I mean, how dare he? It's the whole deplorables thing, right?
Yeah, basket of deplorables.
Yeah.
But in their defense, wouldn't it be nice if we had, look, like Obama's my favorite president because I think he was the best spokesperson for a nation. He was the best representative of what is possible in America. You know, comes from a single mom. You know, he's African American. He's super like articulate and well educated and just composed no matter what happens. He's the best statesman we've ever had as president, in my opinion. It would be nice if that was always the case. Instead, we have Biden, who's so obviously mentally compromised. We have Kamala Harris that nobody wants to be president. And then we have Trump, which everybody's terrified of because he's a fucking egomaniac.
Right.
Megalomaniac, fucking narcissist, psychopath. Like, what is out there for us that gives us hope in terms of leadership?
Yeah.
Very little.
Yeah. Well, there's symptoms of, I mean, there are symptoms of a broader rot, right? I mean, in
Yes.
the culture. Yeah, well, it's always darkest before the dawn.
Oh, look at you, positive. Michael, you're such a positive person.
You always find a way to turn it towards the light.
I think it's darker before the nuclear explosion. I don't know if it's a dawn.
It's always darker, but it's always dark before the bomb goes off.
By the way, it isn't always darker before the dawn. That's horseshit. It's actually quite light before the dawn. It's like that's really dumb. Like it
it's
actually
not.
gets
Oh no,
slightly
it's one of the
lighter.
best of the cliches.
It's the
one of
dumbest.
best-
It's dumbest. No, it's darker in the middle of the night. You fucking idiot.
You know, it's funny because these are both Gen X men. These are both manifestations
Yes.
of the Gen X
Right.
mentality. Because the Gen X was the original. We were the first ironic generation, the first sarcastic generation. Right?
Really?
Yeah.
They weren't sarcastic in the 70s?
Well, we were alive in the 70s.
Right, but we weren't grown-ups.
Yeah. No, the 60s, the boomers were very non-ironic. You know, they were very earnest and.
I think we're speaking in rash generalizations.
Oh, for sure.
Well, my real concern is that with technology and the ability to control people, if we don't get a grasp on that, we're going to fall into a situation that's very similar to what they have in China, where you have a social credit score and a centralized digital currency. And when I see people like Maxine Waters pushing us towards that direction, and people talking about the first sounds of it were the vaccine passports. When they were saying vaccine passports, I was like, Jesus Christ, don't do that. Because that is going to lead to a social credit score system. That's going to lead to, once they have the ability to make you have an app, and that app gets to decide whether or not you travel, they're not going to let that go. There's no way they're going to let that go. And once they have something like that attached to a centralized digital currency, it's game over. It's game over until something really big happens, and that's what China's experiencing.
No, for sure. The social credit system is totally terrifying. No, I mean, look, I've become way more libertarian since I've worked on the Twitter files. I get it.
Really?
And I get the paranoia.
But this is a really recent shift in your philosophy.
It is. I mean, I've always been more. I came from the more of the socialist left than the anarchist left. So I've always thought that there was a good role for government. I still do, but no, for sure. I've become much more paranoid. I mean, when you spend all this time in these documents and you see the way these guys kind of sneak around and they're trying to do all this stuff behind the scenes, it's really. It is like Elon thought it was funny. It was like, yeah, I mean, it is like these conspiracies are real. You know, they weren't. Yeah, I wish they had. You know, I wish they were fake.
Yeah, he sent me a text message. Turned out they're all true. LOL.
He says that so casually.
Yeah. Well, I think, because of who he is and the way his mind works, I don't think he necessarily gets upset like the way other people do.
Yeah.
I think he just goes, oh, that's what it is.
I've never seen anybody. I mean, what's amazing is I've never seen anybody be so impulsive and so successful, because I think we associate impulsivity with, failure.
Mm-hmm.
But he is somebody that I think it's like, I think impulsivity is to Elon in the way that kind of being a dick was successful for Steve Jobs. Walter Isaacson, who's writing a book about Elon right now, by the way. But Walter Isaacson, in his biography of Steve Jobs, he was like, look, Steve Jobs was just too much of an asshole. He didn't need to be that much of an asshole. But what it did is it forced out incompetent people. It was a way that he got rid of incompetent people.
Yeah,
I think Elon's impulsivity, the way that he moves quickly, like he overpaid for Twitter on the one hand. On the other hand, he owns Twitter. Right. Because you kind of go, well, the market value is 1/3 of the 44 billion. It's like, yeah. On the other hand, like Twitter is now like a pretty open platform. Again, like we need transparency and we should all be vigilant and whatever. But I mean, wow, like
big difference.
How much is that worth?
When he had the vote online, like anyone who hasn't violated the law, should I let them back in? And most people or enough people were like, yes. He's like, okay, the people have spoken. And so he lets in all these fucking psychos, like really nutty people.
Well, yeah, and there were mistakes too, right? Remember, he also was like, they would give out the verification to these fake brands, and Eli Lilly was like, there's a fake Eli Lilly account.
Oh, really?
And it goes,
I didn't know
they go, starting Monday, we will be giving out all insulin for free or something like that. And the Eli Lilly stock dropped. So I mean, that happened. And Elon was like, okay, we're going to change that a little bit. So, I mean, when people, this cliche in Silicon Valley, the whole, move fast and break things. But that's what he's doing. And then he moves fast, he breaks something, but then he also fixes quickly.
Yeah.
So, but I mean, you have to remember that they had 7,500 employees. I think they're down to somewhere between 1,000 and 1,500 employees at this point.
Well, it's been pretty well established that most tech companies severely overhired. And, we've played multiple times this video of this woman who made a TikTok, a day in the life of Twitter. Working at Twitter. I'm sure you've seen it.
Who wasn't doing anything, right?
She wasn't doing jack shit. She was playing foosball, and then I had a glass of wine, and on the pet. Look at the view, so blessed. It's like, this is crazy. I'd fire you immediately if you put that video out. The fact that she put that video out and someone's paying her a salary to essentially like hang out and eat all this delicious food, and he's like, fuck you, get takeout, like go to work. Like, here's a bed, sleep here.
I mean, the idea that there's 1,000 people at a company that is a $44 billion company is crazy.
It is crazy. Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, he's obviously
he's a
genius. And he's the richest guy in the world, and he's going to become even richer with SpaceX. And, yeah, I mean, it took somebody that powerful to do this.
Somebody that powerful that's also addicted to Twitter.
Yeah.
Which is, that's where it gets fun. Yeah. Because he was on it every day.
Yep.
And something about his emotional makeup doesn't make, I don't know how upset he gets when people come after him.
Well, so this is a funny story. So we were there in December, we come in and we're like doing the Twitter files. And then he ends up deplatforming people that he said had doxed his private plane.
Yes.
And there was a big controversy about it. Did they really do it? Whatever. I didn't follow it super closely, but Barry Weiss, who was there and who had brought me in, she criticized Elon in a tweet. Was like, look, you know, it was arbitrary before. Is it arbitrary now? Mm-hmm. Elon responds and is like, you're just trying to suck up to the woke mob. You know, you're trying to have it both ways. It was a mess, right? We were all kind of like, you know, it was like, oh my God, they're all fighting. And
Right. My parents are fighting.
It's like, oh, my dad and mom are fighting again. You know, and we're like, oh, and I kind of retweet her, but it was like, okay, I retweet her, but we'd still like to have access to the Twitter files. You know, we did, there's this famous clip that went viral when Matt Taibbi and I testified in front of Congress where this member of Congress goes, you know, how'd you get in? You know, they were trying to make it like a scandal that somehow we were reporting on the Twitter files. And I was like, I was brought in by Barry Weiss. And then she was like, oh, so it's like a threesome? and the whole room erupts into laughter. And I was like, well, there was actually a lot more people involved than that. And everybody laughed and Elon just loved it. Because, you know, he's just like us. We're all just perverted Gen Xers at the end of the day, you know? So he loved it and was very happy and was like, all is forgiven with Barry if she wants to come back in, you know, come back in, because I think he's also somebody that what I like about Elon, and I don't know him very well at all, is that he reminds me a lot more of like, because I spent time with him in Brazil, and Brazilians are just very emotional, and they're just like, the men will cry and they'll scream at each other and then they'll make up, and it's just a very expressive culture. And Elon's just, he's just expresses his feelings about things. When he's mad at somebody, he'll tell you, but then he also has shown this capacity to forgive. And so I you know, I think there's something there, you know, in terms of, you know, I mean, he really, I think he told us, he's like, I didn't buy Twitter just to re-platform Babylon Bee. And we were like, I was like, but it was part of it, right? Like you know, like part of it was you want to, but I mean, I think it was, you know, I do think that some generalizations about our generation is actually appropriate. I think that Gen Xers, you know, there was a moment there, I don't know, I mean, I don't want to create like a golden age about it, but I mean, there was a point there where it was like, remember, you know, Breakfast Club, and, you know, it was like, we were kind of like, yeah, you can like date whoever you want. You want to date a black girl, you want to date a Latina, you know, whatever, you can be gay, and like, it was not a big deal, but it also wasn't like you were like higher on some moral hierarchy or something.
Right.
And
that's
so,
the problem with identity politics.
Yeah, like the political, I mean, I was an annoying politically correct guy in college, but there was also some Gen X spirit of like, hey, we're kind of beyond all that bad 60s shit. You know, we don't want to be there. I mean, John McWhorter also talks about it in Woke Racism, where it's like, and he's a Gen Xer too, where I think there is I'm not saying it's the solution to all of his problems, but I think that Gen X spirit, that Breakfast Club spirit needs to come back into American culture.
I wish you hadn't said that.
What, you wish I hadn't said that?
Yeah, just Breakfast Club spirit. But
I said, hey, I'm the cringe one. So
unless you're talking about like the Charlemagne radio show, that Breakfast Club, I agree there. But you
don't like Breakfast Club?
The movie, it's okay. It's
come
okay.
on, Joe.
It's not my thing.
Okay.
But my question is like, when did you shift and become less politically correct? Like, you were politically correct in college. What caused the shift for you?
You know, it's funny you asked that. I mean, I was in San Francisco in the 90s doing kind of publicity campaigns for different progressive causes. And I had some women I knew who were also very progressive, and they came and they were like, we want to come and do a diversity training for you and your staff. And I was like, why? And they were like, well, it was like all of the early implicit racism stuff. And I just remember being like, I don't think we're racists, and I'm not going to do that. And I think there was a bunch of that happening.
Grifters.
They're grifters and moralizers, and they wanted to get some power over us and be paid. I mean, it was the beginning of all that bad diversity training stuff. So I think it was that. You know, it was also on climate change. Once you kind of go, climate change is just going to be solved by producing energy without carbon emissions. Like, it's just a technical problem. It's not like, oh, we all have to ride our bikes. Like, I love riding my bike, but it's like, it became the moralizing and the woke culture. I was just like, this is bullshit. Like,
there's also a thing that's not being addressed about the climate, is that it's never been static, ever. Never in the history of the Earth. So this idea that climate change is going to be mitigated, or that somehow or another we're going to be able to control it, like, are you sure? Because it seems like ice ages have always existed, and great periods of melting and global warming have always existed. Like, whether or not we're having an effect on it, that's what we should say. Well, what is our effect? pollutants. What are we doing? What are we doing that's negative? But this idea that if you stop, the Earth is going to stay like this, it's not.
Oh, of course.
It's not. It doesn't exist.
Oh, for
it's
sure.
always like this. It's up and down. It's all over the fucking place.
Well, the funny thing is we were probably headed towards an ice age.
Yeah.
And then our carbon emissions probably, it appears to have reversed that.
Which is good.
Which is good, and then you just don't want to go too far.
Global cooling is way scarier than global warming.
And way more people die of
Randall
cold
Carlson
than
told me
Yep.
that, and I never even thought about it until he said it.
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, Jesus Christ, you're fucked if everything freezes. And he said there was a point in human history, or a point in the history of the Earth, where things got so cold that we almost became inhospitable to life.
No,
life as we currently understand it and know it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, everything in moderation. I mean,
Yeah.
you don't want to change the temperature too much in any direction.
Of course.
So, but I mean, look, it's like for me, it's always been. I think there's a bunch of complicated problems like social media and the culture, but like energy, it's pretty straightforward. If you're using wood, anything is better than that, including coal. If you're using coal, natural gas is better.
Yes.
And nuclear is even the best. And basically, the world has been moving in the direction from wood to coal to oil and gas to nuclear, and that's the right direction. And nuclear has always been a weird one because it brings with it the power to make bombs, but the as an energy source, it's amazing.
Yeah.
So we just kind of overthink it, and then the issue got not overthink it, but really got hijacked by a bunch of opportunists that want to use it as a way to exercise control.
So for you experienced these people that came along that were kind of grifters that were saying we need to incorporate some. And by the way, you're talking about a like extremely progressive liberal organization that you were part of. Which if there was any racism, it would have started out like a sore thumb. It's if anything like. I mean, you're promoting the complete opposite of what they're trying to say.
Yeah.
Like by giving you some training, they're trying to find implicit racism or or hidden racism or
Well, it gets back to that. I think there's when you just abandon traditional religions and the traditional morality, you want to create. I mean, look, even this BIPOC thing. It's so interesting because it's like I was like, what? I remember finally somebody to explain what is BIPOC. Well, that's Black, Indigenous, people of color. Literally in the word, it's creating a hierarchy where it's Black and Indigenous people above, Latinos and Asians who are just barely people of color.
Right.
It's grotesque. Everybody hates it. Not everybody, but most people I think actually hate it. But it has this power because it's providing. In fact, this detransitioner I interviewed, she was like. The social justice, she's like, she's autistic, so she's autism spectrum. She was like, as an autistic person, and she's a lot of self-awareness and older now, but she was like, that social justice moral hierarchy provided some comfort. Like, it was like a way to be like, confusing, she was uncomfortable with herself, socially awkward. I could kind of fit into this moral hierarchy and then be really dogmatic about it, and then feel powerful, feel in control, have community. So I think when you don't, that's why I like reverting to like the older morality is First Amendment morality.
Right.
The older morality is true anti-racism, in that we don't think there are human races, much less that they can be put on a hierarchy. This is what we want to get back to.
Yes, and that is the reality of biological human beings too.
Yes.
I mean, the reality is it's one race. We just adapted to different climates. That's
right.
all it is. We all came from Africa.
Yep.
But what specific? So you experienced this, and you recognize these people were grifters, and then like what moves you, other than is the Twitter files? Is that the biggest shift in your
becoming more
political,
libertarian?
Yeah.
I mean, the first big one was nuclear. After you realize that nuclear is good, not bad, that's such a big one. You're just like, wow, man, because that's like already nuclear was the secular devil for those of us that grew up in the.
Because it's connected to
areas.
Power, weapons rather.
The
and
day
it's also
after and
connected
all the
to-
nightmares.
Yeah, and it's also connected to like 3 Mile Island, and Fukushima, and yeah.
I love these things. I mean, I think it's like, it's funny because of course we know that disconfirmatory information is dopamine depleting. In other words, like if we get proven wrong, it's like depressing. You're like,
Yes.
But there's another way after you get over it, you're kind of like, well, that's cool. Like nuclear is not what I thought it was. Like there's actually a moment of awe. It's like seeing a UFO or being like, oh my God, we might not be alone. There's something exciting about The excitement, we need to get back in touch with the excitement that comes after you realize that you were wrong. It's an awareness of some humility and that the world is more mysterious and wonderful than we had realized.
Yeah, I think there's also a really a great benefit in expressing to people that ideas are just ideas. It's not you.
Yes.
These are just some things that are bouncing around in your head. And even if you're wrong, it's not a value judgment on you. You should probably be wrong less than you are right. You should probably be right much more. But it's very important that when you are wrong, to acknowledge that you're wrong. One of the worst things that happens to a public intellectual is when they are wrong and they refuse to admit they're wrong. This is the Sam Harris dilemma.
Yeah.
Like, there's many people that are very brilliant people, but they're in this trap where they can't say they were wrong. And if you can't expose people to your thought process and why you made errors, they're going to lose faith in your ability to discern the truth in the future.
And isn't it ironic that
bad.
often those are the people that are always talking about being without ego?
It is. It's sad.
I always notice it's like, wow, the people that talk so much about not having ego have the biggest egos.
It's just being a human, man. It's
Yeah.
being a human. And I think it's also just a sign of our ideologically driven times where I think the divide between the right and the left and the boundaries in between them are so wide now.
Yep.
It's so different.
I think that thing too of where again, the abandoning traditional religions and adapting to new morality, I think people do start to play God a bit unconsciously, and they get real self-righteous and really. I think it's great to. I mean, I don't know how to do it, but for me, it's always like just we're all gonna die. You know, like just let's pause for a minute. Like we're going to die, and not only that, this is the Stoicism is so good at this. You know, it's memento mori. Oh my God, they're right there. You know, these are like you have like what do you have like 6 of them. They're amazing. It's like that's you very soon.
Yeah.
So what the fuck are you gonna do between now and
For the people
then?
listening, he's pointing to these skulls that are on the table.
Really cool.
Yeah. These are all from this guy Jack of the Dust, who's an artist. They're not real skulls. People are like, you have real skulls? No, these are just they're resin. He makes these.
But we'd be a lot better. I think that there's some way when you remind some people of their deaths, they get kind of reactionary and smaller. But other people, I think there's a moment. It's like, yeah, like, so what am I gonna like? This is it. Like, what are you doing now? And what kind of a person do you want to be? And what kind of a life do you want to lead?
My friend Peter Attia, he introduced me to this thing called Your Life in Weeks. And each week you scratch one off, and you look at.
You can fit it all. You can see all weeks.
Yes.
You can see them all.
All of them, and you go, "This is how much you got left, unless something radical changes."
Yeah.
And it's just like, whoa. And people said to him, like, "Oh my God, this is so depressing." It's like, it's actually not.
Right.
It reaffirms my understanding of what's important, and it makes me want to spend more time with my family, and it makes me want to not do things that I'm really not interested in doing just because they're going to make me money.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
And which if we can get that into the head of some of these fucking people that are censoring people and some of these people that are pushing these crazy agendas and hiding information from people because they think that it's going to contribute to an undesirable outcome that doesn't fit in a line. If the other group wins, you did a shitty job. And if you're hiding information that would allow that other group to win, you're a bad person. Like, you're bad. Like, if there's actual real criminal evidence that you're hiding because you don't want this other person to get elected, you're doing a terrible thing to humanity. Right. And you're doing it based on these very base and normal human instincts.
Absolutely. And, like, look at that. I mean, they won't. So, first of all, we've emailed, like I mentioned, that Aspen workshop with all the journalists and all the social media companies. I emailed every single one of the participants and said, would you please talk to me about this? Not a single one. Except, I'm sorry, Washington Post, actually, of all places, responded, not the actual reporter, but through a spokesperson responded with some lame thing. But it's kind of like, if you're so confident, if you're so better than everybody, then why can't you come and just have a conversation and defend it?
Yeah.
You're skulking around, and I mean, it shows the underlying insecurity and weakness behind those censors. I mean, it's the hall monitor type. You know, they're the little church ladies. You know, they don't want to have an open conversation. They want to exercise power behind the scenes.
Well, that's a human instinct It's a natural human inclination to control other people that you might think are threatening or in competition with you, or might, somehow or another get in the way of your desired goals. And people get so self-obsessed in those things without something like your life in weeks. Like where you can just like look at it like, oh, this is all fucking fruitless. Like, what am I doing here?
I'm gonna go send the life in weeks to all of the censors and be like, you are here. How long do you want to keep trying to censor your fellow Americans?
Yeah.
It's what are you doing?
Well, I think one of the things that has happened that I think has been greatly beneficial, that the exposing of the Twitter files and the making it public, where like especially that we were talking about this last night at the club, that woman who was like calling Matt Taibbi a so-called journalist.
She called us both that, by the way. Yeah. Yeah.
Hilarious.
Yeah.
Like, what is a journalist to you? Someone who says things only that you agree with?
Well, and you know who, and we talked about also what a powerful projection it was, because she's a non-voting representative from the Virgin Islands.
Yeah, which is
somebody points out, right? She's our so-called representative.
Yeah, yeah. But I mean, calling Matt Taibbi, like, who is so decorated, a so-called journalist, and the fact that he got to rattle off all the awards in journalism that he's received. Yeah, I mean,
it shows what their concern is. Their concern is around status.
Well, I want to know who the fuck talked to her. I want to know who boosted her up and got her to say those things.
Oh, yeah.
To say it that way. Like, what was the conversation? Someone should get into her fucking emails. I'd like to know, like, what conversations were you privy to? Like, what did they say to you?
Well, it's also Debbie Wasserman Schultz, who's famous for derailing Bernie Sanders' bid to become. So they're just, it's all pot calling the kettle black.
Well, it's also the shittiness in which they communicate with these people who are just exposing something that everyone should be aware of because it's a real problem.
Right.
And what Twitter is and what Facebook is and Instagram and all these social media platforms, these are our new public squares. And we need some sort of an understanding of the significance of censorship in regards to what kind of an impact it's going to have on our life, our real life world. Like, how many people who got censored off of Twitter, it's radically changed their life, radically changed for wrong reasons, changed the progression of their future. I would imagine a lot, quite a few. And also deeply humiliated them and probably ostracized them in certain social circles.
Right.
Here comes Mike. He got banned from Twitter.
Yeah.
Like, what did he say?
Oh, yeah.
He said, only women have vaginas.
Like, Megan Murphy.
Yes. Yeah.
But men aren't women.
Yeah.
Vagina.
I love it that she said that to her.
Yeah.
Like, after she got back. Yeah.
No, and she's still mad about it. Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah.
That's great. Yeah. She's mad
my
about
friend.
it. Yeah.
I had her on the podcast when she was banned because I was talking about her before she was banned. Before she was brought back, because I had heard she was banned for this, and so that was the ultimate Streisand effect. Like, I took this woman who is this obscure journalist who got banned for disagreeing with trans activists, and I brought her in front of millions of people. I'm like, what happened?
Amazing.
Tell me what happened. And multiple times she's been on.
Amazing.
And so now, she's back on the platform, and, now people get to, she's a brilliant woman. And she has some really good points. And her point about trans activists, like, you are trying to silence biological women, but you're bringing in these biological males into these traditionally women's spaces, and they're calling themselves feminists. And she's like, that's not real. Like, this is not what's happening here.
Absolutely. I mean, it's interesting that the people that are trying to kind of put everybody down, you're the deplorables, or you're the so-called journalists, or just all of the insults, they're coming from people who have just been the worst bootlickers their entire careers, suck-ups, brown-nosers. They are so proud of having sucked up for so long that they're deeply threatened by people who are actually challenging the status quo.
Well, that's the mainstream journalist's approach to the internet journalist.
Yes.
When you have people like Crystal and Saga from Breaking Points who are like beholden to no one.
Right.
Like, what?
They
what
hate
kind
it.
of fucking cat? And also they have a subscription-based service, so they don't even need advertisers? The fuck is going on here? Like, who saw this coming? No one, right? Before Substack, there was never a place where someone like a caliber of Matt Taibbi or Glenn Greenwald could post and millions of people could read their stuff, and it could make international news.
Oh, yeah.
Just like a Washington Post article, just like a Boston Globe article.
Well, they're envious too, right?
Of course, they should
it's
be.
like, yeah, here you have to like go. You go to work. I mean, if you work at one of those traditional news outlets,
Yeah.
you go to work every day. You're not able to publish and write. You write something, the editors sit on it. My friend Nellie Bowles, who's married to Barry Weiss, when she was at the New York Times, like you'd write a story and then you'd argue with editors for weeks, and then maybe they'd publish a thing that was like half its original length and has been completely wokeified. So they're jealous of the freedom that people with free speech have, and they want to stamp it out.
100%, and it's a threat to the choices that they've made.
The good thing is that they're blind to it, and so they end up doing what they did to us in that hearing. Because it was kind of like, I remember we were just laughing, and I was like, do they realize how bad they look?
Mm-hmm.
They didn't. They thought they were super clever. I don't know if you saw, they put a photo up of you with Matt.
It was
Did you
amazing.
see that?
Yes.
Yeah.
I look high as fuck too. It was hilarious. I must have been sleepy that day because the photo that they chose makes me look like, oh.
Yeah.
But the idea that they're connecting me to him, and so with his giant photo that somehow discredits.
Yeah.
They don't understand the landscape.
No,
They
they've
really
lost
don't.
the plot. They've lost the plot.
They have a bubble. They have like this ideological echo chamber that they exist in.
Yeah.
And they think that like holding a photo, oh, you were on the biggest program in the world? What are you, a piece of shit?
Yeah. No, for sure. Well, I mean,
but it's really funny. It's funny to watch, and this transformation from the world of these corporate-owned distributors of information to independent people that people actually trust, that don't have any sort of like weird connection to executives and producers and all these other people that have a vested interest in pushing a narrative that is established by the advertisers.
You sound optimistic.
I am in that. Well, I knew something was going on when Howard Stern started criticizing podcasts. I was like, that's hilarious. This was like a long time ago. Like, why fucking idiots wasting their time? Like, there's losers do podcasts. Like, oh, you're threatened.
Threatened by it.
Because you're stuck on satellite.
Right.
And satellite only goes to places where the satellite reaches. Like, it doesn't even work in tunnels, man.
Well, one of the most bitter people on Twitter is Keith Olbermann.
Oh,
he's always trying to get back to. He had like a cable show for a little while.
He's hilarious.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's hilarious. That he's a fucking human caricature.
Yeah.
That guy, when he was doing that thing where he was like ranting in his basement about Donald Trump being arrested imminently, at any moment he's going to be arrested, and that thing he would do, the resistance. It's like, God, it was so cringe.
Yeah.
But it's like, you're so clearly angry and arrogant and shitty. Like, do you not understand that these are personality traits that nobody likes? And especially if you are uninformed, misinformed, incorrect. And he was when he was like this vaccine promoter. It's like certain people look for a thing that they think there will be popular opinion behind. And they get with that thing so that they can connect themselves to a winning movement. And then they angrily advocate in favor of other people complying. And that's what he did.
No, they're like junkies seeking a fix. They're seeking a fix of immediate social reward.
Yeah, I mean, he got vaccinated on film. Come on, get me. I'll show everybody.
Gross.
Like,
yeah.
Meanwhile, I'd already had natural antibodies by then. I'm like, why?
Yeah.
Do you guys not understand how this works?
No,
This is how it's worked forever.
That's the weirdest one. I mean, I was fact checked during my campaign by the San Jose Mercury News, which was like, Schellenberger's got some really weird ideas, including this idea that natural immunity is just as effective as the vaccine. vaccine. It was like, what?
It's crazy to watch
It's a reversal.
the left
Yeah.
captive to the pharmaceutical industry.
Yes.
Like, how did that happen? You guys were the ones that were always my body, my choice. Like, what the fuck is going on with
Well,
you
no,
people?
I remember like I was raised by very progressive parents. My dad had a food co-op. I mean, I remember hearing about natural immunity since natural immunity. You know, it was like natural immunity. That's like a liberal thing.
Right.
But it was Dennis Prager who would always be talking about, I got COVID so I could have natural immunity, you know.
Yeah, and people are like, you're
Total
crazy.
reversal.
This is
Yeah.
nuts. Not only that, I mean, just the fact that no one has a problem with all of the different remedies that were effective against COVID being suppressed.
Right.
And that there was one narrative, and that narrative was connected to the emergency use authorization, which is only applicable if there's no other treatments.
Right.
The fact that this is not that was never discussed, and the people weren't. But it's also the terror of this impending pandemic that's going to take out your loved ones. And, you know, Robert Malone talked about that on the podcast, that it creates this mass formation psychosis, that you have this one thing that people are looking at as the savior. And any suppression of that or any resistance of that, you are going to ruin my life. I'm trying to get back to work.
Right.
I'm trying to make society do the thing. And you can't even be like, hey, but maybe we should see studies. Hey, but where's the data? Hey, why are they telling pregnant women they can take it? There's no studies on pregnant women. Hey, you know, why is there an increase in all-cause mortality in the year that everybody got vaccinated?
Right.
Hey, what is going on with all the myocarditis? Hey, what's up with the strokes? Hey, and everyone's like, la, 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 not listening, la, la, la. And if it wasn't for people like Robert Kennedy Jr. writing that book, if it wasn't for people like, how do you say his name? Jay
Bhattacharya.
I don't want to fuck his name up. Jay Bhattacharya, or that gentleman from the UK, John Campbell, or some of these other doctors.
I love John Campbell.
I love John Campbell.
He's my favorite.
He's he's so measured and even, but look, a tinge of British sarcasm to some of the things that he says.
But not pompous either, and
no.
also very much like, I want people to have the information.
Yes.
But I think that it's the will to control that comes before the catastrophizing. They want to have control, and then they exaggerate the problem, whether it's climate change or COVIDism. That's what's coming first. It's the need for that social power.
Yeah.
I think the other issue, and it just struck me as you were talking, the reason that they want to emphasize the vaccine over the remedies, and Steve Kirsch talks a lot about all the different ways in which, you know, you can treat the COVID. Bless you.
Thank you.
Is that's sort of something that you can do on your own. You can treat the COVID, whereas vaccines were going to be something that we're going to do as a society, and it's this collective action.
Well, any resistance to that puts you in this anti-vaxxer category, which is like one of the worst pejoratives in modern world times. Like the
climate denier is right up there.
It's right
climate
up there.
denier.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
it's right up there.
Yeah.
You got lumped into that.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean,
Meanwhile, you're just stating data and facts. Yeah.
Yeah.
But the
I mean, it's funny because I've been thinking, I was like looking at the trans folks, they're actually sex deniers.
Mm-hmm.
And for a minute there, I was like, you call them sex deniers, and I was like, God, that's just like, I don't want to be that guy.
I don't want to be that guy either, because I have friends that are trans, and you know, like.
Well, no, but they don't. You can be trans and not be a sex. I mean, in other words, sex denier is somebody that says that there aren't biological sex is not real. It's just a social construction.
Right.
So I think that, you know, which is just absurd. And obviously so, but yeah, we don't want to be that.
No,
we want to be the change in the world. Which, like,
people to be able to do whatever they want to do, but I don't want it to happen to children before they can figure out what the fuck is going on. I don't want them to be coerced.
Yep.
Children are so malleable. You can get them to join cults. You can get them to believe that they have to strap a suicide vest on and walk into a crowded courtyard. Yep. There's things that you can get children to do that you're not going to get older people to do.
Yeah.
And to influence them to make a permanent change on their body that will sterilize them and also prevent them from experiencing sexual pleasure. Excuse me.
Bless you.
I just coughed that time. It's fucked. I mean, it's attached to an ideology. So because it's attached to this ideology, it has to be universally and blindly supported.
Yeah. And I just think it'd be nice to get beyond. I mean, it's funny because there's a bit of a arms race with the language where, you know, like they just accuse their opponents of being racists, climate deniers, anti-vaxxers, election deniers.
Yeah.
And if you're kind of like, hey, can we move beyond these reductive labels? They still have the advantage because these labels are so powerful.
They're so powerful.
It's so tricky. It's similarly like where they were like, I was kind of like, I don't even use this language of disinformation. You know, Greta Thunberg is a purveyor of disinformation. The world is coming to an end in a few years.
Yeah, 5 years ago she said that.
Yeah, AOC, she had to delete that tweet. AOC says the world's ending in 12 years. That's disinformation, but I don't like. Do we have to go and call it that, or can you just be like, you were wrong? And
well, you're not just wrong. You're spreading fear that's unnecessary.
Yeah,
and it's not based on facts, and it's only there to support your narrative. You're saying it to support your narrative, and it makes you less reliable, and you shouldn't do that.
Yep. I think there's also that thing about the, and Jordan makes this point about there's also the online. I mean, it's much harder to demonize somebody when it's this.
Yes.
When we're in person.
Right.
And I can see you see the God in you, you see the God in me. Much harder, whereas like online, you've already, it's dehumanizing by nature, and so labeling your opponents and demonizing them.
Well,
is
that's
much
why,
easier.
like the Matt Walsh conversation. Imagine if Matt Walsh and I had that conversation on Twitter.
Oh.
I'm like, it would take months.
You couldn't. Yeah, you can't do it.
It wouldn't work. It wouldn't.
Right.
No one would ever achieve an understanding of what the other person thought, and it would also be like probably pretty nasty.
Right.
Which I don't think is necessary. Like I can disagree with someone and have a conversation with them and just talk to them.
Right.
But then there's also people that are like they're bad actors, and they're only saying something because it conforms to their ideology, and they're essentially grifters. They've attached themselves to this thing, and that is their business.
Well, we could say they're lost souls.
Yeah, they're lost souls. That's a good way of putting it.
I mean, it's slightly sweeter. I mean,
Michael, you're such a positive person.
Well, it's
always good
just
to talk to you.
hard. I mean, I'm a
reaffirms.
bad. I mean, the part of the reason I came back to being a Christian is that Christianity. I came back to it actually while working on Greta Thunberg at the end of my book Apocalypse Never, and I was like, what's the remedy for this intense hatred and anger against civilization? And I was like, it's love, obviously. Loving your enemies, like, is for me what Christianity is about. Like, it's the heart of Christianity. It's really hard.
Forgiveness.
Yeah, forgiveness. And
Yeah.
it's really, really hard. And so for me, it was like, I'm interested in having a faith that's hard, not easy. If it were easy, then what's the point? You know, it's got to make you better in some way. I get the same thing out of Stoicism. I find it completely compatible. Or these death meditations. You do it not because it's wonderful to think about being dead. You do it because you think it's going to, it's actually the other guy you had on who I just adore is Andrew Huberman.
Yes.
Where it's like you read, I listen to all those and he's got a colleague, what's her name? She did Dopamine Nation. I'm blanking. I'm killing it. I love
Susanna
her.
Soberg?
No.
Yeah.
I'll remember her name. She's gonna be so mad that I'm blanking on her name.
Yeah.
But basically,
Jamie's got
sorry,
it.
Anna.
Anna.
Sorry, Anna, if you're watching this. But it's so simple. But they're like, Huberman. So first of all, I now do my morning run before I drink my coffee, and I take a cold shower, because that amount of adversity, which I mean, it's kind of a joke, like that's not adversity really, but
it's a little bit.
It's not
it's
great.
Something.
I'm not happy. Like I have to get my tennis shoes on, and you're running like early in the morning, and But he's absolutely right that actually leaning into the pain a bit. That's
it makes the rest of your day easier. It really does. The day. There are occasional days, very rare, and I must be busy, where I don't go into the cold plunge first thing in the morning. And those days aren't as good.
Oh, you have a cold plunge.
Oh, yeah,
That's
I have a fucking cold one, bro.
Wow.
I have a Morosco Forge at home that's 34 degrees. And I climb into that bitch every day for 3 minutes. Oh, God. And then we have a new one that's getting installed here that's a blue cube. It's even more horrific because it's got a constant flow like a river, so you never establish a thermal barrier. No, it's not that heat up the water. Your skin has a thermal barrier. It's like if you stay still in the cold water, it's way easier than if you move. If you move, it's fucking horrible.
Right.
And the blue cube is just like a raging river on you.
Yeah.
Which is probably even more adversity that you have to overcome.
Nassim Taleb does a good job with this, with his book.
Anti-Fragile.
Anti-Fragile. I find him annoying on Twitter, but I think that insight, that's
probably just Twitter, right? It's
probably. No, I bet you in person, well, he's probably an arrogant asshole in person,
well, he's very brilliant.
But it's a brilliant book.
Very brilliant people are arrogant.
Yeah.
It's part of what makes you brilliant in the first place and put in the hard work.
I mean, that's the discourse on the censorship stuff too. Is it's always, we're trying to reduce harm. They go, we want to reduce speech that causes harm. It's like, wait a second. Like, I know what you mean. Like, we don't want to do bad in the world. On the other hand, like, we know that coddling children is terrible.
You create unstoppable harm. It's way worse.
Yeah.
It's way worse than letting that kid experience some adversity.
Yeah. Just the right amount of adversity, the right amount of harm.
Yeah.
It's not easy, but I mean we have to get back to teaching that.
I agree. Michael, it's always a pleasure. Thank you very much for coming here.
Thanks for having me.
If you ever have any more Twitter pages that you have to go through, like if you really do go through the Fauci files or whatever, please come back. We'll do it again. Appreciate you too. Thank you. Bye, everybody.
You can't compete with that.
Yeah, I know.
You can't. It's like he won't let me say what it is, but he said I could talk kind of about it. Bro, it's just complete game changer. What's up, everybody? Welcome to Flagrant. Today we have our resident journalistic expert with us to explain everything that's going on in the world.
Yeah.
It's Saga and Jay.
Yo, Saga! Yo, Saga, how are you?
What's up, boys? Thank you for having me.
So thank you so much for coming. Listen, we have a lot of things we need to get to the bottom of.
Okay.
And you're going to explain it all to us. Because we act like, take me seriously. Take me seriously.
This
Take me
shit is
fucking
swagged
seriously.
out.
Take me Thank you, Al.
You
Thank
hate
you,
it.
Al. You can't do it.
We have a journalist on the show, and you're
can't
acting
do
like
it.
this.
He's dressed good.
Yeah.
We're going to be loose.
That's why this works. That's how this
Exactly.
works.
The downfall of religion.
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
the downfall
Don't
of
blame me.
religion.
I had nothing to do with this.
Listen, you were talking about the downfall of religion,
Yes,
right?
yes.
And how America is falling apart because of it.
Well, I didn't say that. But
You said Canada's going to take over.
Well,
Are you religious?
Probably no, I'm not actually even that religious. But let's pull the graphic up. Actually, I'll pull it up in front of me. Wall Street Journal.
Back to work. Did you see that? Yo, Mark,
I was thinking a
back
graphic
to
was going to just come down.
I thought he was telling Mark to do that.
I'll pull it up. Okay, so this is what we got this morning. Wall Street Journal poll. Percent who say these values are, quote, very important to them.
Yeah.
Patriotism, 1998, was 70%. Today is 38%. Religion, 62% in 98, 39% today. Having children, 59% 1998, 30% 2023. Community involvement was at 47.
Got it up here, my G.
There we go. 1998, and then down to 27. The
Most
only one that has
importantly-
increased, money, 31% to 43%.
Explain this to us.
Sure.
You're here to explain everything important and smart to us.
I think the reason that you're seeing this is a couple of things. So 1998 was obviously like peak homogeneity as a society, but more
You're
importantly,
a handsome fucking guy.
He
Saga.
is, right? He is,
It's
dog.
the teeth where it changed everything.
listen,
dude.
I get so much shit from people because you're the only person who pointed out my actual
What are you
teeth. Most
talking
people
about?
are polite about it. They're like, "Oh, he's got nice teeth." You were like, "Saga, those new teeth, my boy." On Joe Rogan. Yeah, I was like,
Yo,
text messages
he's a
from
sneaky
people.
hater, bro. He's a sneaky hater.
I was like, "Come on."
Because he was born with nice
Why is
teeth.
that hating?
No.
No, it's not
I'm
hating. It's fine.
excited.
It's totally
No,
fine.
no,
I
no.
You bought them
appreciate it.
teeth. They're your teeth.
Yes.
It's
Okay.
hate,
Okay. Let's address the teeth. So
Yeah,
I actually
let's
had a
address
problem.
it, bro.
I had a huge problem.
Son, I thought you had the same teeth as me this whole time. Big ass teeth, no reason.
I had
I knew you got them
I
fake.
had misaligned teeth here in the back, and
Yeah,
right before breaking points, I went to this orthodontist to fix it. She's
Yeah.
like, "I give you two options." She's like, "We can either put
Indian?
in new ones." This Iranian woman, lovely lady. She's like, "We can either do the
Sorry, go on.
we can
Sorry,
yes,
go on.
there we go. My old that's
That's you before.
yes,
I
there
think
we
you
go.
got work done, bro.
Yeah, no, man. I just started
think you
working
got-
out. I
Are
just
you
started
sure?
working out. I swear to God.
Did you ice plunge?
Huh? Yes, actually, Huberman got me an ice plunge.
Really?
Yes.
'Cause
yes.
he
Shout
got
out to him.
jaw
Shout out to the
and
cold
everything?
plunge.
I think he's on the peptides.
Oh, you on the
I think
peptides?
so.
Listen,
Be honest.
I
Ozempic?
wish I was on the peptides.
Oh,
I
Ozempic?
wish I refuse to take semaglutide. Nothing. I just Dr. Lane Norton. Shout out to Lane Norton. Calories in, calories out. Not starve yourself.
Yeah.
Eat at a caloric deficit, and I work out a lot. That's it.
Is that called the be gay diet?
Actually, gay men have been doing it for centuries. So
Oh, so
yeah,
I was
yeah.
right about that.
Oh yeah. If any bodybuilding gym in this country is just full of gay dudes, and they look way better than too. You need to. If you need fitness advice, you should go to a ripped gay.
Am I turning them
That guy
on
knows
right now?
everything. Oh, I bet.
Yeah. No, ripped gay dudes obviously know how to work out. 100%.
I mean, they weren't always
everything.
brolic.
Yeah,
You're saying
no.
centuries. You know, I mean, the 80s, they were getting pretty
You ever
skinny.
seen some photos of like the Greek guys working out? Like
Oh
back
yeah,
in the,
100%.
Yeah, back, like
but
2000
Theo
BC.
had an interesting theory about this. He was like, because they're on semen. He said they're on semen, and that's just raw testosterone.
Yeah, just mainlining.
Yeah,
Not
no
sure how it
peptides, no
works.
Ozempic. What do you mean you're not sure how it works?
I'm not sure if there's testosterone. Is there testosterone in semen?
That's where testosterone
check.
comes from.
Yeah.
Let's check it. Pretty sure it's from the gonads.
Yeah.
Is
Yeah,
there
wasn't that balls?
testosterone
Yeah.
in
Yeah, but
sperm?
it's not in the
Like, I
sperm.
don't think it's in the semen. Substantial concentrations of testosterone are not only present in male circulation, but also in ejaculate. Okay. I was wrong.
To me, it's the most logical thing.
Shout out
the
to
smart guy.
Derek More Plates More Dates.
My bad.
Is it like synthesized? There's a difference
That's how I
between
know More
free
Plates, More Dates.
testosterone versus outside testosterone.
But that's why I know he's not really committed to that fitness life.
Oh, really?
Because he'd be sucking at the tap if he really wanted the good testosterone. You know what I mean? But he wants to get the peptides. He wants the steroids. Listen, there's a tap. It's got the rawest tea on the planet.
Tell Derek to do that, dude.
Derek!
Derek, put the video out.
Slurp, slurp, my boy, if you really want to get them gains. Dude, brains for gains,
Yeah.
man. That's the new. We gotta
More,
start,
more veins, more gains, bro. That's what it is. We gotta start that, dude.
we need Derek on the pod.
You
Yeah.
you should get him, dude. He's
I
awesome.
like that shit.
I've never interviewed him.
That's
I've
how I
only
know
talked to
I'm
him a
getting in
couple
shape
times.
if Derek outs me.
Oh yeah.
If one day in the future I get a video
Now
where
you're
Derek.
not. He'll do it. He'll do it just for the views.
Oh no, that's
Shout
my
out.
boy Cody KO.
Who is that?
Natty or not.
Cody. What am I missing?
Has that big brolic ginger motherfucker
yeah,
that's at
yeah.
the gym walking up to people asking if they're natty or not?
Oh, I haven't seen that.
Oh, what?
Yeah, no, I haven't seen.
Dude,
it.
get on TikTok, your favorite app.
I don't use TikTok. There you
Why?
go. That's why.
Why?
You know, we've gone through it before. That's why the
Why?
TikTok CEO is up there.
Kenny KO, by the way.
What?
Kenny KO.
I know, but I call him Cody KO.
Well, why? That's a
Cody
different guy.
KO
Because I got it wrong, but
I
now
think
it's
that's
become
Tiny
a thing.
Meat Gang, Cody KO.
Yeah.
Yeah, Cody Ko is a different guy.
Oh, that's that Chinese guy on Tiny Meat Gang? The little Chinese white guy on Tiny
exactly.
Meat Gang?
Yeah.
That's Cody KO?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, okay. He's not natty or not.
No,
Okay,
no.
okay, just making sure.
Kenny KO.
Shout out to
Yeah,
Kenny
yeah.
KO.
Send me one of his things.
Listen, he's the goat, bro. You in the middle of a tricep. He's like, natty or not? You're like, bro, what? Finish this set. Natty or not, motherfucker? Are you cheating?
It's not cheating. I respect people who are enhanced. Just can't do it myself.
Natty or not?
100% natty. I wish I wasn't. Well, I guess I don't
What
know.
are you talking about right now?
Does that count?
Fucking
You lied to your
Does
face.
that
Does tea count? Does the tea
that
count? It has no performance enhancing. I can't eat into apples. I can't like bite into apples. I wouldn't say that's like enhancing my performance.
All of us
Yeah.
are half erect now.
Just looking at these
but before wasn't that.
with those the gap in the teeth.
Did you get fake gums too or something? Your gums look great as well.
No, dude, they didn't do anything to your gums.
Really?
Yeah, although it did hurt. Well, I mean, like I said, she was like, you can do 2 years of Invisalign, or maybe 3 years
Yeah.
of Invisalign. She's like, or I can fix this right now. And I was like, just fix it right now. I had to sell my car, actually, to pay for
Really?
it.
This is before breaking points.
Way before breaking points, dude. That's the
Wow.
funny thing. I had it lined up. I didn't even know it was going to start BP,
Right.
but it was all scheduled at the same time. So
Yeah.
I also didn't know how long that it was going to be painful. So I was on the air the next day, and my face was all swollen up
Wow.
like this.
Kanye
and
West.
then I was on Rogan 6 days afterwards. Literally 6 days. So it was like brand new. Still was like drinking out of a straw.
No.
Yeah, I swear, dude.
Why didn't you just do Invisalign? There's just like a lot of maintenance that goes with having
do you know
this.
anything about
immediate, bro.
Invisalign?
I had
Invisalign
it.
is fucking crazy. Yeah, but it's like you can't drink coffee. You can only drink you can only take it out twice a day.
Listen,
it's a huge
That's
pain. in the ass.
I had
nonsense.
Invisalign, bro.
No, did you?
Yes.
Okay, well she's
with the
tattooed.
rubber bands as an adult.
Maybe she
Plucking them off.
she took me for a ride then. This woman, but
She
listen,
took
it
you
was
for
gonna be
an absolute
expensive.
ride.
It was literally
Wait a
gonna be the
minute.
same cost basically regardless.
Magic carpet, right? Hey! Persians, you know what I'm saying? We got racist jokes. Okay, so listen, Sagar, can you explain what's going on with the Jews?
Oh, what is it?
Don't answer that.
Who do
If
we
you
owe it
can,
to it right
if you
now?
can tell. Wait, what?
What? So who did Kanye say that he owes? It was Jonah Hill.
Jonah Hill and
That's
Jonah
right.
Hill.
That's right. Thank you.
Which I had actually ironically just watched like a week and a half ago.
Yeah.
It's great.
Good
I
movie.
strongly suggest it.
Good
I
movie.
wouldn't call it the best. I wouldn't call it.
It's
What-
very stupid, but it's very funny.
Yeah.
It's very funny.
I saw a good tweet. It was like, showed him 21 Jump Street, didn't help, and it was just Mel Gibson.
I thought he loved everybody though.
Who, Mel?
Remember, Kanye, remember his fake fucking bullshit excuse? Remember when he
The
got
racist cover is always "I love everyone" or "I hate everyone."
like he basically got behind Nazi propaganda and then just said he loves the Nazis. And he says, "I love everybody." And then now, yesterday, a couple days ago, he's like, "Well, now I like the Jews."
What do you guys think is going on with that? Like, was it attention? Was it just completely out of his fucking mind?
Yeah, he's
like,
an insane person that happens to be good at making music.
just sad.
Yeah,
sad.
Yeah, it is sad that we miss out on music. It's sad for us.
I mean, they're still bumping Kanye in every gym that I walk
It's
into.
never stopped. Isn't that interesting?
No, it is true. I can't actually. Jordan Shallow said that. I think he was like, "Man, he's like the one thing you know with Kanye, they will never stop playing his music."
Isn't that crazy?
It's fantastic. It's true. It's like when Power comes on in the gym, you're like,
Go to the gym with you, bro. Okay. No, I do want to go over some serious things, and I'm going to try to be serious here as much as I possibly can.
Yes.
So, listen, stop it, Miles. Miles, stop it. We're being we're serious journalists
You
on
look
this
like
show.
the bad guy in Batman. Scarecrow?
Who?
Scarecrow?
What was scary? Oh,
Cillian Murphy.
Cillian Murphy.
Yeah.
Yes. No, I'm on my little Nicky shit right now.
okay.
Okay, listen. We have serious topics that we all want to touch. Obviously, I want to figure out what's going on with Trump. I want to figure out what's going on with this banking collapse, and I want to figure out what's going on with TikTok, and I want to figure out what's going on with the religion in America.
Sure.
I do think, and I definitely do feel like patriotism down big. I was at a Pilates studio the other day. Yes, homo.
Yeah.
And I was. This girl said she was afraid to wear an American flag shirt to another woman, and then she goes, "Why?" And she goes, "Oh, you know, the whole like January 6th or whatever."
Like, what does that have to do with anything?
And she just associates American pride with like extreme right-wing awesome guys. Like
That's actually very sad. But if you think about it, it's not actually a crazy development because the patriotism number was at 70% in '98. Well, what happened after 1998? Why did it start to come
Internet.
down? Iraq was the actual problem. So if we 1998 was what we call like the unipolar moment, where America was this preeminent world superpower. The only war we had done in the last 30 years was the Gulf War, which, you know, like, look, there's criticism of the Gulf War, like, whatever. At the time,
is that just because you're not counting Vietnam as a war?
I'm saying it's 30 years after Vietnam. So it's like, when did we leave Vietnam? 1975, but technically we started winding down major American combat presence like 1971. So 1998, we're on top of the world. It's pre-dot-com crash. Everybody, can you think about it? Your parents, like retirement portfolios, they were putting money in, they were getting like 25, 30% year over year return. That's how, and also their home values are going up. Again, no Iraq. Clinton was president. Our biggest problem was the president got a blowjob in the Oval Office. Even after that, he had a 62% approval rating on the day he left office.
Wow.
This moment like doesn't exist anymore. And then if you see, like 2019, we were already down to 61%. But I think that the big drop from 2019 to 23 is actually, I wouldn't even put January 6th in that one. What that is total loss of confidence in the government post-COVID. So it's on the right wing, you're like lockdowns, whatever, stimulus checks. They robbed the election from Trump. That's one.
Yes.
But then on the left wing, you're like, I can't even believe they stormed the Capitol. Trump didn't get convicted.
Yes.
People are still going out to eat.
Yes.
Like, the complete bifurcation of both poles of the country is what makes people less patriotic. And that's why even amongst right-wingers in that same poll, only some 56% or whatever said that patriotism was important. Because they don't feel as much confidence in the government.
Now,
so it's really bad.
Is it bad or is it justified?
I mean, maybe. No, I mean, I just gave a pretty good case for it, right?
That's the thing. Like, if we're both upset at these institutions and how these institutions have been failing us, and our confidence in these institutions is directly correlated with our patriotism, it makes sense that it's low.
That's why, no, I mean, I don't want to shit on everybody. Can we scroll down to money? That's actually the most interesting one to me, is that 31%, because actually you had a much better chance at getting rich and being upper middle class in 1998 than you did today. But the reason why people put more value on money is...
There's nothing else to put value on. That's the only thing that you can feel good about yourself. I might as well be rich.
It's much tougher, right? So one of the things is if you lose community, you lose having kids, you lose patriotism, what's the one thing that you can have? Money. And one of the things, actually, I think I might have even pinned one of the comments, which is that one of the reasons why it's justifiable is that if you look at the earlier generations, they didn't have they had the luxury of not having to worry as much about money. They could buy a house, a starter home, for example. They could appreciate in value.
They're not dealing with global economic collapse every 15 years.
They don't have to deal with 2008 and 2023 and 2020, COVID, Iraq, Afghanistan,
You
all
hear
of
these
this bullshit
stories
into a
from-
single lifetime.
You hear these stories from people who grew up in like New York in
Yes.
the 70s, and they're like, I worked at a grocery store sacking groceries.
Right.
I had an apartment. I could support my
Bingo.
family doing that.
Okay, you're in my parents' Akash. My dad got here in like 1988. He's
Yeah.
like graduated, had a PhD, whatever, starts as a professor. You can go from apartment to house, get a nice house. My mom worked, but she didn't necessarily have to work. My sister and I got to go to college. Like, this was a standard American dream that was cool for immigrants and for most American citizens, by and large, by 1998. Then the collapse, basically, of the banks in 2008, that removes a lot of the undergirding for a lot of people, because even the people who went back into the workforce, they were mostly underemployed. So they were making money, but they didn't have benefits. They didn't have health insurance, not able to buy a house. Home prices skyrocket with cheap money at the same time, 0 interest rates. So now everybody is trying to chase the dollar, because that's the only way that. How are you supposed to have kids if you don't have any money?
I agree with this.
The average childbirth in the U.S. is like $31,000. Somebody fact check me on that, please. But it is
We don't do that. We
pretty
don't do that.
expensive.
We don't
Okay,
do
all
that.
right.
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
well, I want to put out good information.
Do you
All
think
right, go ahead.
also, I agree, that makes a lot of sense. So another part could be religion specifically, more than all these other factors. If there is, because I am religious, but
Yes.
religion is, they always say, the opiate of the masses.
Right.
As that loses a foothold, people start to be less like, it's okay to, there's a lot of like, it's okay to be poor if you're religious.
So that's a
because God
conservative
will reward
argument.
us in the end.
I buy some of that. I think, look, this is all like multifaceted. There's no one explanation for any of this. Like, that's the religious example. Like, well, the moment we lost God, then we stopped having to care about kids, we stopped about community involvement, and that's when people start worshiping the dollar. But I'm a little bit skeptical of that, because we've had high periods of religiosity in the U.S., which coincide with high periods of making a shitload of money. So if you look at like the Second Great Awakening here in the U.S., major Protestant gains was like during the 1970s, right before the massive boom of the 1980s with financializations. Evangelicalism was tied directly to the boom after Reagan became president in 1983. So it's not like one-to-one, right?
Yeah,
but
it's not one-to-one,
at the same
but-
time, it's part of it. Like, I would just say, look, when America, like, the #1 cause of death for 18 to 49 right now is opioid drug overdose. If you are a young person, whenever you're surveyed, by and large, you're saying that you're not getting married because you don't have enough money. A lot of young males, I don't know if you guys saw this, actually, I'm fascinated by this, which is that the number of young single men today is 63%. The number of young single women is like 31%. So everyone's like, well, how does that make sense? Younger women are dating older men because they have more money. They have more resources.
G's up.
And when you look at it, that's actually not a good thing.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
think about it.
Tell that to my wife.
Wait, why isn't that good? I think that's always how it's been.
Well, yes, it's always been that way to a certain extent. But when we had gender parity, it was basically a male was able to attract a woman of his own age because he had the social proof, the resources. So one of the big problems we have right now is that, and you know,
Gold digging bitches.
well, you could
Seems
you could
like
say
that's
that.
what you're describing.
Actually, though,
What you're describing,
it's not all money.
what
though.
you're saying
it's not all
is
money.
that young guys don't have enough money.
You know what's fact?
For gold digging bitches? Is that what you said?
What I'm saying is that the system is structured in a way that men are no longer attracted to women, specifically young single women. So why is that? So if you look at
Why am I single?
maybe it's the haircut.
Dude,
Wait, can I speak out for the Flagrant 2 podcast listeners who sometimes miss out on the visuals as an avid listener myself? Andrew currently has his hair in front of his eyes.
Yes.
I know you're driving your car. You're probably it's driving crazy. Not speaking from personal experience or anything like that. Anyway, so
You know,
Check it out on
Yeah,
YouTube ladder. Check it out ladder on YouTube. You can see my sick haircut.
oh,
Wow, I feel like
he's doing a sequel to this movie. Actually, this is why he's.
Simple Jack.
fucking great movie. though.
Okay,
Great movie.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it
college.
is.
Don't
I think
even
it is
forget that.
multifaceted.
Yeah. Yes.
I do subscribe to that a little bit. I think that as you have like a reduction of religiosity, you have a different priority in terms of your life, right? When God is the first thing in your life, building a family centered around that devotion to God seems like the best available option.
Yes.
And I think that when God is no longer the focal point of your life, you are individualized in your pursuits, and then that will take you into oftentimes a career, and that career will maybe extend your single life and definitely extend your life without children.
Yes, absolutely.
So I think a lot of these different things, I think that's what you're trying to tap into as well. But I agree with you. It's like, it's a peculiar time. I'm actually okay. I don't think we should have dogmatic patriotism. Okay, let me back up on this. So I don't think we should have dogmatic patriot. What is that called?
jingoism.
Jingoism. Yeah. I do think that we should hold the government accountable. I think we should hold ourselves accountable. But at the same time, I think patriotism can exist outside of what the current government is doing.
Yes.
Right? Because the government is a function of the people that we elect. Right? So we can elect some new ones and do some different stuff, and then we can be more proud of ourselves. But the ideals of America, we should also always be proud of that. We should always be patriotic about the ideals.
Right.
So how do we create these two different scenarios where we're like, yo, the government's fucking up, we're going to change it, and we know we can change it because we have to uplift these ideals.
The problem is we're electorally like in a doom spiral, where if you look at the Trump inaugural address 2016, it was extraordinary because very few times in American history has a president come in and said everything sucks, like the American Carnage speech. Usually the inauguration
What's
is
the
about
American Carnage?
that was the title of his inauguration, where he was like, our decade of American carnage is over. And he was describing like a country rotted out without its promise, how he was going to restore it. But it was a negative, not necessarily a hopeful message. That's how he won the election, to be clear. But part of the issue with that is that American politicians almost always tried to come from a position of, like, if you think about the FDR famous, the only thing we have to fear is fear itself.
Yeah.
That was, okay, we're in a bad state, the Great Depression, it's
gonna
been
get
awful.
better.
We're going to get out of it. But that
Yes.
really wasn't the tone. And if you look also, even at the reason why I think Biden ultimately won in 2020 is he was still willing to offer that like
Hope.
boomer level of hope. Just
want
like,
hope.
America's great, man. Come on, man. You know, like, come on, man.
Yeah.
That's like a foundational American spirit. So I
Human.
agree with you. But the problem is that for politicians right now, and media also, let's be honest, is there's actually a new study that came out that negative headlines click more, that negativity creates more engagement.
course.
Of course it does. Like, look, we're we're all living in the real world here. Like we
Yeah.
have to. So the problem is that negativity is what drives more political engagement.
Negativity is what drives curiosity.
Yes,
it takes
of
our
course.
attention because negativity kills you when we were living in the fucking jungle,
Bingo,
right? Like
right.
a lion's coming.
You have to be cynicism. You have to be
I'm
like,
gonna think
what's
about
going
that
on?
fucking lion,
You have to be
right?
cynical
If
to
a little
survive.
piece of fruit is there, I'm like, oh yeah, fruit's everywhere. I don't give a fuck.
Well, there's a good argument to be made. There's a time in American history called the Age of Acrimony, which was between the Civil War and during the Gilded Age. So basically like 1870 to like 1895 or something like that. That was actually the highest period of American democratic participation. So a lot of people don't like to hear that, which is that the time when we disagreed with each other the most, that's when most people were involved in politics.
To your
you know what
point.
that was over? That was over what? That was like, should black people be allowed to vote in the South? Like, how should Jim Crow be? Should we have Reconstruction or not? Should we tax billionaires
But
or
that's
not?
also like you know how like the majority of 21-year-olds go to a bar and drink.
Yes.
It's like they just got the ability.
Yeah.
So I think black people are like, let me try this
Maybe.
voting
That's,
thing
that's
out.
not bad.
You know what I mean? Like, of course they're gonna vote for a little.
When were they
So
allowed to vote?
I think we're looking at
1865 is when slavery ends,
Correct.
and then when
I
do
don't think they
black
were allowed
people
to vote.
get?
Well, that's the thing about like actual voter. Look, voter participation then is difficult. More what I'm pegging is not the overall number, but percentage based of overall voters participating in the process.
Right,
To your
that
point.
was during the Age of Acrimony.
To your point, the
Yeah.
highest voter participation I've seen in my lifetime is 2020.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly. And but guess
In the
what?
same age of
the
acrimony.
number one reason that people voted for Joe
Division
Biden
is what makes people vote.
The number one reason people
Yeah.
voted for Joe Biden was they're like, I fucking hate Trump. They're like, I don't
Yeah.
care about anything about Biden.
Nobody
I just
voted
hate
for
Trump.
Biden.
Well, I mean,
No.
oh, they voted against. Yeah,
Exactly.
okay.
Nobody voted for
I was like,
Biden.
how deep are we going?
You do know this election it was rigged.
Recount
obviously.
it.
Okay. So can you explain to me right now why there is a cultural apathy right now? This is kind of what I feel.
Yeah.
But I feel like people are far less engaged.
Yes.
I feel like nobody gives a fuck about pretty much anything. And for some things, some people think it's good. I don't know if it's exactly good. But for example, for comedy, I think you can say anything you want on stage anymore. I don't think there's anything taboo. Talk about any subject. It doesn't matter. I don't think anybody's getting canceled, thrown out, whatever.
On stage. Sure.
On stage.
Yeah.
On stage. Where there was a time 5 years ago where it was like, oh my God, you're taking that opinion? That's fucking dangerous. What's wrong with you? You're crazy. I think that time is kind of done. I think there's an overall apathy. I think there's global economic collapse, right? At our doorstep. Nobody cares. One phone call maybe to a friend like, yo, is Chase going down? No? Okay. I'm good. Like, don't even make me look into it. I have a group chat with 3 friends where we didn't even Google. We hit our one friend, and he was like, no, you're good.
Chase
Then
is good.
We took his word for it. Isn't that fucking crazy?
He was right, actually.
He was
So,
right.
yeah.
So why is there this cultural apathy? Why do you think? You don't have to give us the actual answer. Obviously, it's hard to prove. Why do you think we just don't care right now?
I mean, it's, again, atomization. I would say atomization is probably it. Number one. As in,
Don't
everybody.
do that shit where you say a word and act like we know what it is. You
Son,
just made
I
that
went
up.
to science.
You made that up.
I'm
Splitting
still thinking
apart.
of jingle whistle.
Google it.
I don't even know what that is.
You made that up.
Google it.
What is
Google,
atomization?
Google atomization.
Is that when you
Atomization
take your
is
rib out to make some
basically-
pussy and then you fuck it?
Atomization is give me an official definition. But my
Atomization.
my
It's
layman's
lonely beating off by
refers to
myself.
breaking bonds in substances to obtain its content atoms in a gas phase. So
That
basically,
don't apply to what you
breaking
said, though.
apart. No, because it's breaking apart from a collective whole. So as in,
Son, if
when
your
I say
teeth were more
atomization,
fucked up, I wouldn't believe in it.
All right.
But you could say that word with them teeth, and I'm just like, nah, this guy's smart, bro. Look at his perfect ass
it's
teeth.
all in the teeth.
Yes, it is.
All right, so I would say it's individualism. So, for example, like when we look at the number of friends that men report having, the number has dropped from, I believe it was like 4 to 5 close friends 20 years ago. Now it's significantly higher percentage of 1 and 0. The 0 number has actually gone up the highest. This gets back to the single
That's
male
scary.
problem.
That's
Yes.
very scary.
Well, the other thing is
No, that's not true. They're
men-
friends with Andrew Tate.
Yeah, that's right. Men, though, are losing interest in almost all of society. And this is what I worry about the most. So, people talk about suicide rate, right?
Yes.
People are looking at, they're like, oh, social media is driving teen girl suicide. I'm not saying it's not a problem, but males commit suicide at 4 times the rate that women do. Or if you look at right now,
We're
for
better.
college- Okay, go
Hey,
ahead. Yeah.
No,
Well,
we're
we're
just
actually better at killing ourselves.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We're
Right.
going to be better.
Well,
So
we use more lethal. Actually, the real reason is that most men shoot themselves in the head, and then women. There's something about the way that women. I don't. By the way, suicide hotline, etc. If you need help, do that. Okay, so. Listen, I don't need to be.
Hey guys, if you're going through something right now, just put on some fucking Ocean's Avenue, and you're gonna feel so better.
Actually,
okay?
Ocean's Avenue is a great song. So
Come on,
if I was feeling
guys,
suicide,
like, hey, don't
I
kill
would play that.
yourselves. If you're thinking about doing it,
Yeah.
do what I do. Just cover one eye with some hair and go out there and take on the day.
I should have known better.
Okay, come on, dude. If Ryan Sheckler can do it, you can do it.
Wait, Miles, can you look up the ways that men kill themselves and the way that women kill themselves? So, from what I understand it, women are more likely to take pills, something that doesn't involve I guess
Yeah.
like messing with their beautification.
It's cuter.
Because like if you think about it, I mean, it's like a gruesome act to like
If this
blow out your
doesn't
own
work out, I
brains.
still want to be pretty.
Yes, no, but like there's something about that where they're much more likely to like take pills and like men are just very much more likely to reach for the gun.
We're efficient. We're very efficient
The problem
people.
with that though is the male suicide rate is very high. Single men are dropping out of college at a by the way, the gender disparity right now in college is fucking insane. We're talking like 60-40 for incoming freshman classes.
Yeah, but isn't this like we've realized that it's just not worth it?
Yeah, but that's a problem though, because a lot of women who have college degrees do not want to date men who don't have college degrees
Until they make some money.
Okay, but that's the issue, right?
Yeah,
Which is
yeah.
that when you don't have a 4-year college degree, you're not going to make enough money to be a desirable mate. And so right now, in terms of what we're seeing, a lot of women who have college degrees, even if they are willing to marry somebody who doesn't have a college degree, that person needs to be like a very high earner.
Are
Like
women making
150 to 200,000.
Are women making more than men now at a younger age?
So that's a great point. So, 10 years ago, what did we hear? Lean in, wage gap, wage gap, wage gap. The wage gap right now is bullshit. Like, you can pull this up, Miles, please, which is that women are out
That's
earning
your Miles
men.
right there.
Okay.
Come on, bro. I feel like you've been
all right.
I've been Googling my ass off. And you've just
Women,
been...
all right. Women now out earning men in major cities.
This is good.
Yeah, okay, but we solved it. Like we're good. We
Yeah.
don't need to hear it anymore. Like now we have a actual gender disparity crisis
Yes.
of boys and men are like not going to college, making less money, killing themselves at high rates. Don't have there you go. In New York City, young women now out earn men, especially under 30. The way that everybody talks about the
to be
wage gap
fair,
right now.
and
Go
I
ahead.
agree with you,
Yeah.
but to be fair, this says in 22 of 250 cities. That means in 10% of cities.
Yeah, but
women are
what
making
percent GDP is concentrated in those 22 cities? Like we're looking at New York City, Chicago, San Francisco.
He got me.
Like,
He got me.
He bodied you just now.
God
Dickhead.
Yeah, he can't really say,
bro.
Men out earning women in Jacksonville. I'm like, who gives a fuck?
Who gives a fuck?
Say what you're
Yo, you can't really say concentrated, but you got me on that point, though. I don't know what
You
cities
said
it is.
another
We gotta look
fucking
it
word
up.
that wasn't even concentrated.
What did I say?
Conflict. What is
Something.
it? It was something.
Yeah.
My hair dropped on that one.
GDP.
I like that.
All right.
Ooh,
I was about to call a suicide hotline, bro.
Yeah, it's not good.
Listen,
it's not good.
I like
I hate that we
sins,
have
you know,
another
Rogan got mad
Indians,
at me for saying noblesse oblige.
What does
I
that
thought
mean?
was fine. What do you think it means?
Noblesse
Let's break it-
oblige?
Noblesse oblige. Break it down.
Noblesse?
Noblesse oblige.
Oblige is like obligated.
Obligation. So what's
Yeah.
noblesse? Nobility. So it's like the obligation of nobility. So the idea of noblesse oblige is the responsibility
I
of
would have been so
privileged
upset if
people
you used that
to
shit.
act with generosity. The idea is that if you were, it's like that with great power comes great responsibility.
Let them eat
So
cake.
it's like, no, actually it's the opposite of let them eat cake.
Yo, you're a fucking idiot.
Hey, dude, stop acting like you know things, bro. We've got a guy that knows things right here, and let's just fucking listen to him and explain our French things.
Be like
dude.
these no pussy getting guys.
That's
Just
how
kill
my
yourself,
new-
bro.
Come on, dude.
That time I knew I was wrong, for the record. But the other time I really thought
Hey,
I got
stop
it.
being defensive about it, dude. Just fucking
Okay,
let it
Time to drive
happen, bro.
upstate. My God.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest. Yeah.
Come on, dude. Come on, dude.
Let down all your Indians, bro.
No, we got one here. That's thank God.
Noblesse oblige, bro. Come on. All right, guys, let's take a break for a second because Manscaped is expanding. Yes, they've got your balls and dick looking amazing. They have the best ball and dick trimmers in the business, gooch too, maybe even some thighs if you're Greek. They can make your penis look so absolutely delicious in such a quick amount of time. Incredible. But you know what else they're going to do? Not only does your dick look good, something else needs to look good first so that your partner can get to your dick. That dude that you're smashing out. Or that chick. Okay? And you know what that is? Your beard, man. Your beard. Yeah, you got a beautiful dick. It's delicious. But if your beard is looking crazy, no girl's going to go down there and just fucking throat that thing. You need a beard that's gonna make the woman or man you love open their throat. Open their throat for you. The point that I'm trying to make is Manscaped has got you. Now listen to this copy. Gentlemen, meet the Beard Hedger Pro Kit. It is the ultimate package that makes it easier than ever to craft your signature look. It all starts with the cordless electric beard trimmer. The beard trimmer is tough on air but smooth on your face. This waterproof, cordless trimmer has a rotary wheel that gives you 20 hair cutting lengths, all with one guard, so no more messy drawers full of extra add-ons. The Pro Kit also comes with 4 dermatologist-tested formulations for your post-trim care. This includes Manscaped's beard shampoo and conditioner, beard oil, beard balm. Style and shimmer your new beard. Plus, the kit has 3 gifts: a beard brush, comb, and scissors. Guys, you're going to get all this and 20% off and free shipping with our code FLAGRANT at manscaped.com. Think about that. Manscaped.com. Use our promo code FLAGRANT, 20% off and free shipping, and your balls, your dick, and your beard are going to look immaculate. Thank us later. Now let's get back to the show. All right, guys, we're going to take a break for a second because God forbid you get into an accident. God forbid you get into an accident. You might be entitled for some money if you do. You might be entitled for something. You get into this horrible car accident, it's not your fault. You're entitled for something. There are plenty of different ways where you injure yourself, and you're entitled for something. You could be getting some real money, especially if you're working with Morgan & Morgan, the absolute best in the business. Unfortunately, you can't sue for haircuts. I've asked them explicitly. They're saying no. But you might not have the same predicament that I do. You might be entitled for something, and Morgan & Morgan has made the process of finding out if you can so easy. It's not even like calling a law firm. It's like using an app. That's how simple it is. Submitting a claim to Morgan & Morgan, it's like ordering takeouts. Okay, that's what it feels like. With Morgan & Morgan, you can submit a claim without ever having to leave the couch. In 8 clicks or less, you can submit a claim to Morgan & Morgan. Why do you want to do it with them? Well, because they have over $15 billion recovered for clients. Morgan & Morgan has a proven track record of fighting to get you full and fair compensation. Morgan & Morgan is America's largest injury law firm. They have over 100 offices nationwide and more than 800 lawyers. I'm telling you right now, if you're ever injured, you can check out Morgan & Morgan. Their fee is free unless they win. For more information, go to forthepeople.com/flagrant or dial #law. That's #529 from your cell phone. That's forthepeople.com/flagrant or #law, #529 from your cell. Now let's get back to the show. Okay, wait a minute. You were saying, so young kids are being gay or something.
Actually, I'm not sure if that. Well, that's a separate issue.
Wait, are they?
Okay. What?
Is there a higher rate?
No, I mean, if you guys want to get into it, we can look at the
Finish this point.
Dude,
Finish
come
this
on
point.
with the stats, bro. Like, hit us with the fucking stats, dude. How many young pole smokers do we have in America?
You just gotta power through. You just gotta power through it.
All right.
And
Are
eventually.
you describing gay sex? What exactly are you trying to
Keep
say?
powering through.
dude?
Here's a good one.
Yeah, what is a good one?
Young people are having dramatically less sex than they ever have before.
Old people, too. Married people, people who live in Soho, people who do podcasts instead of comedy.
Wait, can someone pull those stats up for me?
Someone? What do you mean someone, bro? I'm right here.
Are you doing the screen?
Yes, bro.
Are you doing the screen? I can't tell.
Hey,
Come on.
Statswalla.
God.
Pull those stats up.
Don't call me a statswaller. Don't call me a statswaller.
Okay, you really should do screen mirroring because
Yo, he
it's
said you
it's
can't do
confusing.
nothing.
Yo,
Yo,
look this shit up, bro. Look this shit up.
Yo,
Sog, we good. Don't come to me, bro. Don't come to me, bro.
Chill out. Yeah,
Yeah, how does it feel when
chill out.
Indians
It's a better
outsource, yo?
experience.
How does it feel when you get outsourced too, white boy?
dude. Oh, dude. Fucking take that. Take that.
All right, so what do we got?
Come on, bro. What'd you write? Why is Sauter so gay?
Why is he?
What's the answer? Trump Jr. blasts load at Texas journalist. Look at Wait a minute. You're from Texas and you're a journalist? You got me. What a coincidence, dude. Come on, bro. Come on, dude.
All right,
Someone
so
tell me
pull
another
up the,
song.
pull up the amount, not men having sex, just young people having less sex. So there is actually, young people are engaging in like less risky activity. Young people are having less sex. They're not.
You think it's possible young people are just being honest now because that's valuable?
That's possible.
Like
Actually,
in the 80s, if you were
you're
young,
not
not getting any pussy, you were like, nah, I'm getting all the pussy.
Yeah, but the teen pregnancy rate was actually pretty. Well, I guess if you think about it, abortion was legal then, so I don't actually know. There you go. Why today's teens are having so much less sex?
I don't know if they
young
are,
people
bro.
in America are having less sex than young people used to. Courtship and sexual changes have frequently accompanied disruptive technologies.
Yeah,
I
smartphones
don't
would
blame
be-
technology. Actually, I'm not sure that that's right.
What you mean?
I really don't know. I think a lot of it comes down to like just it's like you said. There's like a lack of national vision project.
They're
like,
also
people
drinking
don't feel
less. They're
bought
doing less
into.
drugs.
Well, no, they're doing more pot. They're doing more pot, less drinking.
Bro, this is it with the sex and the courtship.
All right, hit me.
Dude, no, come on. Come on. Can I explain it, dude? It's in the 80s, most guys didn't know how good dick tasted, dude. Well, that bombed. Yeah, so bad, bro. I lost my accent. Dude, that bombed so bad I lost my accent. No, I think what it is back in the day before social media, girls had access to the dudes that would hit on them. Right? They couldn't just be with an NBA star because you have to be fucking shameless to be with an NBA star. You have to be shameless. You have to go to their hotel.
You have to like go to the yellow pages.
No self-respecting girl is gonna go to a guy's hotel room and just wait, but that's how you met them back in the day, right? Or you like knew another famous person. Hopefully you were invited to some party where maybe they were there and then you shamelessly approached them. Now they're just DMing you. So the average girl has access to so many more successful guys than they did back in the day. So I think younger guys are competing with NBA stars. Younger guys are competing with, you know, singers and rappers and all this other shit. And it's a lot more difficult for
There's
them.
something to that.
I think
Top
that's it. It's
10%
very
of men
simple.
on social media, or no,
Yeah, it just
on
makes
dating
sense.
apps get like 90% of the swipe. Someone needs to pull
Whatever
up
it
the
is.
stats.
The point is this: back in the day when
Someone needs to pull up those stats.
They gave him a
If
little
somebody
wink
was
to
good
the
at his
side.
job.
you don't even have
yeah.
Voila.
Listen, he wouldn't even look at it. He's like, someone.
Dude, have some respect, bro. Yo, these Indians like
If
servants.
someone had
bro.
a mirrored display, then we could easily find it.
I see him getting
no,
more
real quick,
racist
real
as
quick.
this episode
Yeah,
progresses.
we're gonna bring it out of you. But real quick, what happened initially was when the dating apps came out. Like I had buddies that, like, you know, are some of my like close friends. They had more fascinating sex lives than I did, and I was on TV, and I actually had like some clout.
Yeah.
But just from swiping, they were having fucking threesomes, foursomes. It was a meat market when dating apps first came out.
So like, what was it, 2011, I guess?
Well, it was people just meeting up right to the house. Fuck, this is a great thing because girls don't need to feel the public shame, right? You don't have to tell any of your friends. What dominates a woman's sex life? Public humiliation or shame, right? Oh, you fucked all those people. A guy goes right to your house, fucks. If you like it, you keep doing it. If you don't like it, you move on, right? There's no shame. That body never happened, right? So they could just have all this anonymous sex. Here's why.
Yeah.
All right, stop it, Mark. Stop
That's
it.
the only thing I can
Stop
find.
it, stop it,
That's the
stop
only
it.
thing I can
Okay,
find.
okay,
Sorry.
anyway.
Sorry.
So the point is, what I'm trying to say is like initially girls do that, and then they realize, oh, we're just getting meat marketed. We're upset. And then they reject that. So the first year was fucking insane. I'm telling
pandemonium.
you. It was
First few years.
maybe the first year. I mean, you remember it. It was the easiest
I was
thing
in
in the
college
world
during
to
this. I
get
feel like I
laid.
missed it.
Yeah, shockingly easy, right? My friends who had no fame at all, way more interesting sex lives. I'd worked my whole life to be able to fuck whenever I wanted. And my boy Jamil was working at Expedia, pounding puss like a fucking Rolling Stone. It was unbelievable what he was going through. And I think that girls got tired of that. And they were like, wait, I'm not just be used box when I also have NBA players in my DMs. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes,
so the adjustment kind of happens. I think that's completely reasonable. Now, those girls are going to hit an age where they might still be single, and then they go, oh, God, these guys won't take me seriously. And then the age of settling down just might get adjusted.
So we do know the age of settling down has moved forward. We know that the average marital age now, it's like 28. If somebody wants to look that up. And,
you can't call him Mark. You can't say Mark. You can't say Mark.
If he does mirror display, then we can't. All right, what do we got here?
Why
we go.
can't you just
27 and 29. I was fucking right. So if we average that out, it's 28. So 27 years old for women, 29 years old for men. This is significantly higher though than what it was. Also though, I'll take it back to Charles Murray. He wrote a great. By the way, that's a whole other he who must not be named. But Charles Murray,
is he the bell curve guy?
Yeah, he's the bell curve guy. So he's gotten in trouble. He did write a great book, which was Biden's favorite book. So I'll just put that out there, called "Coming Apart." And what he points out is the.
Why are you laughing, bro? Why are you laughing at that? Coming apart is what America's doing right now.
Well, look, he called it at the time. So what he pointed out is that, let's say pre-World War II.
Is that what he meant? Like literally C-U-M-I-N-G apart?
No.
Oh, I thought we're like everybody's an incel, so we're not fucking, we're literally coming apart.
What he was saying is that America was splitting apart. And what he pointed out is that we are having basically.
Did you think that's what he was saying?
I said it as a joke first, and then you said it again. I was like, oh my God.
That's what America's doing right now. And I said, yeah, we are coming apart.
We're technically coming apart.
Well, I guess both ways we're coming apart. Okay. So, coming apart.
Are we coming apart?
We are coming apart.
Why can't we come together? Dude, why can't... Hey, Mark, why don't you bring up some porn so we could just come together?
Yeah, dude.
Oh, wait, do you pull up the, God, what's it called? The Charles Murray quiz. I forget exactly what it is.
Oh, let's not do that here.
Oh, you don't have to take it now. I'm just saying people should go and check the bubble quiz. That's what it is.
Do you want to do an IQ quiz?
Huh?
Is that?
Oh, I'd be happy to. All right, yeah. Me and I will go.
Of all the races on the
Dude, you know who loves this Charles Murray book? Fucking Jews and Indians love this. I wonder why. The highest IQs just tend to love the Charles Murray book.
There's no endorsement of the bell curve. Just saying, with coming apart, what he pointed out is that the way that we meet our spouses today is radically different than almost all of human society. So, we're pre-World War II. What happened is when you were growing up in your town, you're probably growing up in a rural community, 20,000 people. The available mates that you had to select, it didn't really have anything to do with education. It was like, yeah, we get along pretty well. We're like 17. We're just going to get married. Then what happens? World War II, the greatest internal migration in modern American history. 10 million people join the army. They move all around. They go to San Francisco, New York. They meet all these people. They start businesses. When they come back with their buddies, blah, blah, blah. So all of a sudden, we have a great resource. You get more income. When you get more income, what happens? You usually are going to go for higher cultural taste, usually. So you go to college. So once you go to college, you want to meet somebody else who's gone to college. Murray's point is that that's like selective mating. So what we did is we went from community level mating to then university level sorting, and now what we're having is multiple generations of that type of sorting. So for example, parents who went to college, they have kids. Those kids then are going to even better colleges. Those kids are marrying kids who went to those same colleges. Their kids are going to like the Ivy League or whatever. Like they're totally out of step though with people who never entered that rat race. That's what the coming apart idea is. So the idea, and the whole bubble quiz is basically about if you are second, third generation upper middle class, you have almost nothing in common with somebody who is multi-generation, did not go to college, lives 5 miles from their mom in Appalachia. You probably have more in common with somebody in the UK, in Paris. You probably all watch the same TV shows. So one of the things that he talks about in the bubble quiz, he's like, have you ever watched like NCIS? And it's like, no, like guess what? NCIS is the most popular show in the whole country.
Yeah, there's 40
There are like
different
15
cities.
million people. And it's like, but we all probably watch The Last of Us, right? Or something like that. Like The Last of Us, White Lotus. That's prestige TV. That's only X million people, but those people are all the cultural tastemakers. So the point that Murray makes is that coming apart is a multi-generational class difference, as in whether you shop at Whole Foods is a very good predictor of whether you voted for a Democrat or not. Whether you even have a Whole Foods in your neighborhood is a pretty good predictor of your political affiliation. Whether, like, for example, Branson, this is my favorite one. What does the name Branson mean to you guys?
Missouri.
What do you guys think? Okay, so you said Missouri. What do you think? Branson.
The Virgin
Yeah,
Atlantic.
for me, Richard Branson.
Yeah,
Richard
Richard
Branson. Yeah, you actually subtract points. You're more in the bubble if you say Richard Branson. You're
fucking
not in the bubble if you say
elitist
Branson, Missouri.
pricks.
Branson,
You
Missouri is like
elitist fucks.
Yeah, it's like a country music.
I'm the
plant.
everyman.
I had no idea. I'm like, where the fuck
You
is
guys
Branson,
are
Missouri?
such
I don't even know what this
snobs.
is. They ride duck boats
Goddamn,
around.
dog.
Yeah.
You
They
don't
listen
know
to
about
country
riverboat
music and
casinos,
play.
you fucks.
So you're just more dumb.
Yeah.
I'm more dumb.
No, he's
Al,
more in
say a
touch.
sentence.
He's more in touch.
I'm in a bubble, baby.
Or like, if you ever had a family member who served in the military, you're less likely to be in the bubble. Like any connection with, have you ever, one of the questions is like, have you ever walked on a factory floor? Do you have any idea, have you ever been sore from working about your job, like physical labor?
I have some pushback on this.
Okay.
I think it's a very interesting theory. And I think that the internet completely neutralizes it.
What do you mean?
There is a cultural homogeny that has been created by the internet. When I was younger and I grew up in New York and I would go to school in California, the way that we dressed was different, the way we spoke was different, the way that we interacted with people was different, the way that we shook hands was different, like the way that we danced was different.
Even talk, honestly.
Everything, literally everything was different. It was so obvious. It was painfully obvious that I was from New York when I was in Santa Barbara. Now this next generation of kids, they all use the same slang. They all have the same dance moves. They all have the same outfits. They can buy the same clothing because they get everything from the internet.
Yeah.
The disparity of a kid who grows up in New York and a kid that grows up in, maybe Florida isn't the exact example, because if you have like a very strong cultural stranglehold, like San Francisco hip hop culture has like a really unique cultural stranglehold, but you're not, it's not so different. It's not so strange and it's not so obscure. And I think that's what the internet does. Kind of like really brought us all together.
I think you're
brought us
kind of
in the
making
bubble.
my point though, which is that what I'm talking about is class homogeneity, as in.
I think it crosses class because most people have access to the internet. So I think that, like, for example, youth, not us. I think you got to look at the youth. The youth isn't watching White Lotus.
That's true.
Maybe they're watching Last of Us because they played the video game.
Right.
But they're not watching White Lotus. I agree with you. White Lotus is like some coastal elite shit that like we think everybody watches, nobody
great
fucking
show.
watches.
It's a
Great show.
Yeah, great
And,
show.
and
Yeah.
an awesome show.
Yeah.
But the reality is most
Yeah,
people
that's
don't
right.
know what
Most
the
people
fuck
have no
you're
idea
talking
what it is. Yeah.
and even the show in its essence is like a, wouldn't it be nice to go to Sicily? Like, it's just such a elitist thing. Like, bad things happen when you go on vacation, right? Like, it's just what a naughty idea, right? These people are working at a factory, like, vacation.
Yeah, they're like, my vacation is going to fucking Disney World.
My mom is leukemia.
Disney World is a dream trip for most
Yeah,
people.
no,
100%.
It's like a big thing.
So I just think that the younger generation, they're going to grow up knowing everything about one another. And they are not going to be surprised that if there's a TV show, I think, like, when you look at even, like, meme culture is going to decide which shows are hot or not.
Yes.
I don't see White Lotus memes.
Right.
I see Last of Us. I see The Boys. I see all these other things. So I'm very curious what happens to this theory in 10 years.
I still think that class is just, okay, for example, if this were true, then we would see declining rates in college, like attending college, like the elite markers of institutions. All of those still really exist. Like most young kids who are upper middle class still really really want to go to college. Like, yes, less, but they still want to go to the Ivy League institutions. They still want to be a doctor, or be in finance, be in any high prestige kind of activity. And those people, by and large, are the people who run the country. They have all the money. They are the cultural tastemakers.
I do think there's
well, some are and some aren't.
These poor people are, you know, they're like, well, fuck, I'm gonna go to school and I'm gonna work in a Gap like my older brother.
Right.
He's stacked with these crazy
But
loans.
that's because a lot of people started going to college. Some 42% of Americans, I think 42% of Americans have attended a 4-year college degree institution. Part of the problem with the student loan forgiveness thing is that it's not really solving the root of the problem, as in, this is part of why I was against it. If you wipe out the debt today, it will have the same level of debt in 5 years.
The issue isn't the debt. The issue is that it's
the system is fucking rigged. Yeah, exactly. It's like these people, like Princeton. For example, Princeton's a great example. Did a whole thing on this. They have enough money to admit every single kid for free and still make a profit off their endowment.
Yes.
They just don't do it.
Can you real quick explain an endowment?
Okay, so a university endowment, universities are nonprofit, technically nonprofit. They have nonprofit status, which means that they are able to take extra money that they generate and put it into managed funds like the stock market, LPs in venture capital,
fucking
etc.
brilliant.
So all the money a school makes,
yes,
they can
extra
put
money.
into extra money after they pay for obviously all the buildings or whatever. They can put into a fund and invest that fund. And for example, I think Harvard's fund is worth
there you go, 53.2 billion,
$53
which I
billion
believe is more than some small African nations
So
in
look,
terms of their
53
GDP.
billion. Let's say you're very conservative. You're making 5% on 53 billion. Statwalla, can you do that real quick? Can you do 5%?
I'm sure you can find a chart too of Harvard endowment growth over the year, but Harvard, Harvard, Yale, Princeton, all these other, these people are printing money.
So that's $250 million that they're making just in interest a year.
Off the principal.
Off the principal, right? So what if you just reinvested that into the students that are going
But they don't. And that actually, and then the limited amount that
what
they
do. They do it is they give it to teachers that go sneak viruses over to China. That's what they do.
Even worse. I wish they were doing that because at least that would be scientific. What they're actually doing.
They do that, no?
They
Wasn't
did
he
do that.
sneaky, a little sneaky guy?
Well, actually, I don't know if that was
Sneaking away to
university.
China?
That was more NIH funding. Anyway, the problem is they're actually mostly hiring diversity, equity, and inclusion staffers, like administrators.
To tie up, but I think Andrew's point, there is a lot of validity to it.
Yeah.
But to Sagar's point, where does most of the cultural immersion happen and the like elitist ideas and like progress and equality, what equality? It happens in college.
Yes.
When you're immersed
all
for 4 years in this like-minded thing.
Yes.
And we have kept a lot of lower income people from that. There is a barrier to entry that keeps them from
There's
that.
now generations of that. So we now had people who went to college, raised their kids in that, then sent their kids to that. It's like a self-fulfilling prophecy.
I'm telling you, I've said this story before, but when I did shows in Toledo, Ohio, and saw Toledo, everything about how Trump got elected made sense.
Of course.
They don't see it as, we see it as racism.
Right.
They see it as this was once a city that had jobs and factories, and now there's nothing. And so when you say "Make America Great Again," that means something to me beyond racism.
Right. Well, exactly.
And it's just generations of this
If
thing.
you're
that
living
you
in
talked about.
Soho, here in Soho, if you're in New York, like, listen, your idea of the world, this is actually part of what drives me crazy, which is like, all I'm at, those people, they know that they are hated by the cultural elites. By and large, they're very aware of what's going on in San Francisco, New York, whatever. They're just like, that's not really for me. But a lot of New Yorkers, San Francisco, like cultural elites, they want the people in Ohio to be like